Good evening, everyone, and welcome to MJ Live. We are back again, and we've got quite a few things in store for you today. I have a special guest coming up at about, let's say, 8:15, 8:30, after I do just a little bit of a monologue. So let's get started with a little bit of music. We're going to play a little bit of music as you guys come on in. Just want to say a big thank you for joining us. Welcome to MJ Live. We are here every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern until whenever we finish. All right, guys. So we're going to play just a little bit of music. Hope you like it. We're going to just jam a little bit. And then I'm going to come and check the chat rooms and welcome everybody in. All right, guys. Here we go. Here we go. So we had a power outage. We just had a power outage. I hope you guys are still with me. That was freaky. We just had a power outage. Just drop me something in the chats if I am back. If I am back with you guys, just let me know if I am back. Everything froze. Everything froze, of course, because I just had a power outage. Let me know if I'm back or if it actually closed out the stream completely. Let me know, guys. Yes, I'm back. Wow. So we've been having some power outages today. So we may go out again. Don't know. So just stick with me, guys. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Yeah, power just went out just as I was jamming. So I don't know what's up with that today. It's bugging. I hope you guys are doing okay. I'm all right. I'm gonna roll with the punches today. I'm gonna roll with it. I think Facebook has cut off, but I'm not gonna worry too much about Facebook anyway. All right, guys. So let me just give a few greetings here. Welcome, Mrs. B for Ness. I haven't seen your show for today, but I'm going to check it over the weekend with our lovely lady from South Florida. Her name has slipped right now. The famous one with the lead attorney. Oh, gosh, why have I forgotten her name? Suzette Speaks, that's her name. All right, so I'm going to check that over the weekend for sure. And Barrington Spence, how are you doing, sir? Are you still with us? I hope you're still with us. Come on back if you. I hope you can still hear us and see us. Welcome to Community Solutions. It's good to have you here as well. Thank you so much for joining. Great to have you. The screen went completely black. The power went out. So I hope you can come back in, guys. I hope you'll come back in. Gary Revelation Dixon, how you doing, sir? How are you? Awesome. Top Gyal Abby. Welcome, Top Gyal Abby. I'm sure that you're probably one of our guest friends. Yeah, come back, guys. Come on back in. I think I'm going to have to play a song one more time. The signal is very weak. The internet signal is very weak, so I'm not really loving what's going on today. But we're going to do our best. We're going to continue. We're going to roll with the punches. We're going to continue. All right, guys. Gary, say a prayer for me. Say a prayer for me today. Say a prayer for my internet today. Thank you, Mrs. B for Ness. We are back. The internet is back. We had a power outage. The internet just went out for about 2 minutes or so. So we're going to get started. We're going to bring up our guest in a little bit. But today, we're going to be talking about generational wealth. And our guest is Lashus Jayne. Lashus Jayne is going to tell us about, hey, my vivid life is here. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to have a really good show today. I feel it in my bones, even though the internet is. Here's a term that I've learned recently. It's trying not to make me be great. It's trying not to make me be great. It was raining here. Is it there? It was raining today, and even though it was raining today, I still went and did my jogging. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. Kareem, you joined us as we were walking yesterday. We're going to talk about that as part of our show today. We're going to be talking about wealth and health. Wealth and health today. Well, we're going to start off with wealth. And we're going to be bringing up our guest, who is Lashus Jayne, in a little bit. But I'm going to just give you a little bit of a monologue as we do, following the lead attorney's lead. Following the lead attorney's lead. The internet is player hating, right? You're absolutely right, Miss B for Ness. And I also do want to thank you for reaching out this week. It's been a crazy week. I haven't had a chance to catch up with all my shows, all my replays, but I usually do that the weekend if I can't catch you live. But I also want to give a big shout out to She Stole My Thunder. She also gave me a shout out this week as well. So that's quite nice. People are reaching out, even though I'm not as present as I'd like to be. Distracted, a lot of distractions. All right. So for those who may not know me, my name is Millissa Jayne. Some people call me MJ. like Michael Jackson, except for I don't sing Thriller. All right, but I'm a 30-year retired IT IT professional. 30-year retired IT professional, and I decided to try to convert what I know in the corporate world as far as Microsoft and SharePoint and all of these different tools I used to use, learning management systems, and convert them into resources and training for the everyday person. And it actually is pretty much social media training is what I do. So my channel really is about tech. I'll give you some tech tips throughout the show. I might even drop in some tech tips throughout the show, but also talk. Talk is a big thing in these YouTube streets. Talk is a big thing. So we're going to talk. We're going to talk about whatever it is uh, we want to talk about. And it's usually going to be something that where you can learn something for the most part, because each guest that I bring up has some kind of experience, some kind of knowledge, knowledge, and know-how, and we want to give you what they know. We want to share the knowledge. And our guest today is no exception. She's going to be sharing her knowledge on investing, which is awesome because she'll tell her story. I'll save it for her. All right. So we're talking about generational wealth. We're talking about investing. What are you doing? You guys watching. What are you guys doing to invest? What are you guys doing to create your own generational wealth? Just drop in the chat room some of the things that you're doing to create your generational wealth. And of course, there's a lot of different ways to invest. Drop also in the chat, what are you doing to invest? What vehicles are you using? Our guest is going to tell us about some of hers. And what does financial freedom mean to you? What is financial freedom? What would it mean to you? Does it mean you'll have the ability to go on any vacation you want? Does it mean you'll never have to go to work again? What does it mean to you? Because it's going to mean different things to different people. Just drop in the chats what it means to you. And I'm going to welcome Before the Billions. Before the Billions is in the building. Mr. Don't Sleep. Team No Sleep, right? Before the Billions. Yeah, so what does financial freedom mean to you? Yeah, I guess he's gonna come on in a second. Yeah, so I want to tell you about my real estate investing story. Right? I want to tell you about my real estate investing experience. And if we do have any other people that invest in real estate, maybe after we do the interview portion, you could come up and tell us about some of your experiences in real estate, whether they be good or bad. Mine wasn't so good. Mine was not so good at all. Criminality online. Welcome team. Yes, team No Sleep. Kareem. It's peace of mind along with my FU you money. Oh my goodness. What you have me saying, Kareem? Criminality online. It's good to have you guys. Before the Billions. Like, hey, come on. I should be pulling these things up here. Before the Billions says financial freedom means that I work for purpose. Wow. And not because I'm dependent on money. Yeah, I like that. And I like this too. It's peace of mind along with you money, right? That's right. Team No Sleep. Let me give this. Gary, cryptocurrency and trading. So Gary is investing in cryptocurrency and trading. That's the hot topic right now. Cryptocurrency. Listen, you can't turn the news on. You can't turn the news on and not hear something about cryptos. Cryptos is it's a hot topic. I just got off a session to do with crypto just now. So do me a favor, guys. Could you do me a favor and just share the post with one or two people? Would that be okay for you? It's going to cost you absolutely nothing to do that. Would you mind? Would you mind sharing with just one or two people? And we're going to have some really good information for you. After my little preamble, my little rambling on a little bit, let's give a little bit of a thank you, as a matter of fact, to my sponsors. Let's do that right off the bat. And I'm going to do this throughout the show. I want to thank Miss Gail Luckett, the moderator of all moderators. Thank you so much. Well, one of my early sponsors. Thank you to the Intentional Millionaire, another one of my early sponsors. I'm going to shout you out until I get tired of it, which I don't think I ever will. Shout out to Carl Sinclair from SynTech Cooling for an early sponsorship. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to Shayla. Shayla, another one of my sponsors. This is a new movement, guys. Shout out to MSE Network. That's megasourceentertainment.com. I am streaming live over there. And if you're tuning in from over there, hey, MSG Network, good to have you aboard. I'm going to go check over there to see if anyone's in the chat room over there. I hope you are. And you could come and join me on YouTube too. You can have two windows open. Have me on both. And then shout out to American Roots of Jamaican Music, produced by Eugene Gray, on December 12th, 7 p.m. Eastern in Fort Lauderdale. Visit rootsofmusic.org/events to learn more about that. And then also shout out to Lashus Jayne, who is my special guest coming up in just a few short minutes. All right, now that we've got those out of the way, what else does Criminality says? Millissa Jayne, you're showing your Michelle Obama guns. Yes. And we're going to talk about health a little bit later, and we're going to tell you about what we're doing, and you can come and join us on what we're doing. So I hope you'll stick around till the end to hear a big announcement about what we're doing as far as health is concerned. Yeah, got to show my guns, my shoulders, my arms, all of that good stuff. Yes. All right. So I'm going to tell you about my experience of my time investing in real estate. My one and only time. I'm going to tell you about it right now. All right, story time, guys. Story time. Thank you so much. Before the Billions, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. All right, he shared it on Discord. I just got out of the gym, no problem. And Gary said he shared it as well. Thank you so much. All right, here's my story. Here's my story about how I invested a few years ago. Well, it's actually, let's see, about 2010. About 2010, around those times, I think. That's quite a long time ago now. I had to recover over that experience. But I decided, when the markets were, when the big kind of crash happened in 2008, there was a lot of issues with a lot of mortgages, and people were having to get bailed out and losing their houses and all that. I just thought this would be a good opportunity to invest in real estate. And I've never done it before, but I saw some properties that were affordable, and I said, you know what, I think I'll give it a try. I'll give this real estate thing a try. So I got with a realtor, and he recommended this property. Now, it was a duplex, right? It was a duplex, and both of the units had tenants in there already. So he thought, or he says to me, you've already got tenants, so you don't have to worry about getting tenants, and I think one of the tenants, one or both of the tenants, I think it was one, was Section 8. So he said, you're gonna get your rent regardless, you're gonna get it from the government because it's Section 8. Didn't even know what Section 8 was at the time. But it said basically that the government's gonna pay your rent. I said, okay, that sounds like a plan, but it was also, so I made quite a lot of mistakes in buying this property, and I'm going to tell you every one of these mistakes that I made. It was in a bad area. The rental property was in a bad area. Again, big mistake that I should not have done. So we had the two tenants in there, and pretty much immediately as I bought the property, they already started to not pay the rent, right? They started to not pay the rent. And I was so new at this and everything that I was very lenient with them. I said, okay, well, if you can't pay the rent, then just you know, can you pay it by next week? I would say something like that. I would be very, very lenient with them. And they had my phone number too. So they would call me up direct. So that was another big mistake. I should have gotten a property manager from day one. Now, I did get a property manager later on, but by that time, they already had my phone number. I could have changed my number, I guess, but they already had my phone number, and they'd be calling me. Both sides, both properties, be calling me up all the time, with whatever issue. So once I did get a property manager, uh, all he did was collect rent because I figured out, you know what? I don't want to go around there anymore. It's that bad area. I don't want to go around there and have to collect rent. And, I was concerned about that because I would be over there driving in my nice Audi convertible. And I would just think that they're about to jump me. I'm on my own. I was on my own at the time. So I'd be thinking that they're going to jump me and, rob my car or something. Say something in the chat, guys. Let me know that you're listening, guys. Let me know that you're here and you're listening. Welcome, Jean Pierre. Could you come over to the YouTube channel, please? Can you come over to the YouTube channel? You know what? Let me just drop the link in on Facebook because we're gonna cut off the Facebook in a little bit. I want you to come to YouTube. I said that last week and I didn't cut us off. So I'm going to make sure that you come over to YouTube. I've dropped the link in Facebook on my page and also on my my Millissa Jayne show group on Facebook. So just go to the top of the page. You'll see the link. If you could just click on that link and come to YouTube. This is where we're all hanging out, guys. I need to get my my people on there. And also, could you hit the like button? Could you hit the like button? Sharon! Hey, Sharon, welcome. Can you hit the like button for me, please, guys? How are we doing for likes? I need to go check that and see how are we doing for likes compared to how many people we have in the chat. All right. Okay, we've got 9 people watching. Okay, the likes are not too bad. Thank you so much, Sharon, for joining us. It's good to have you. All right, so I'm telling you about my experience with my first rental property, and I swore that I weren't going to ever do it again. You didn't have some rude boys escort you to collect the rent, right? I should have got some rude boys to go over there and collect the rent for me. Muscle both sides, but I didn't. Bad mistake. Anyway, I didn't get jumped, but I was a little bit concerned. Now, what else? What else did I make a mistake on with this rental property? I would listen to their sob stories that their child is in the hospital or that they lost their job, and I did do my due diligence as far as trying to get do the background work as far as when I got new tenants in, because I think in total, after I got rid of the first 2 tenants, I had to get rid of them. Then I got two more new tenants, and they were almost as bad, But that was when I had the property manager, and he did a little bit bit better as far as doing some of this, the homework as far as finding a good tenant. But it was still bad. Now, obviously somebody can't help if they lose their job. But what do you do as a landlord if somebody loses their job and they can't pay their rent? What do you do as a landlord? Do you evict them and kick them while they're down? So I didn't have the heart to do that. I didn't have the heart. So I let it go. I let it go by a little bit too long, though. Let me see what you're saying here. Let me see what you're saying in the chats, because we're just going to have this first part. It's going to be very interactive. Mrs. B. Finesse, Karen, you always try to godfather bully folks. Yes, indeed. I can't help it, says Karine. Stan Horsford, hey Stan, welcome. Stan, can you click on the YouTube link, please, and come over to YouTube? I'd really appreciate that. So Actually, there was a time or two that I did have a friend come and help me with some stuff in the house. I think I do remember that happening, right, Stan? Um, but yes, indeed, we live and we learn. We live and we learn. I had that first property. It was actually a very good bargain. I got it for a deal. I got it for a very very good deal when I bought it. But all the repairs and all the work and all the stress, because actually stress is cost me more than money itself. All the stress that property caused me, I just said, you know what, I'm not ever going to do this again. So that was the thought at the time. Come on over, hit the like button as you come in, and we're going to get into our interview in just a few short moments. So um, eventually, just to sum this up, welcome guys, welcome Sharon, welcome Bath Fountain in Jamaica, welcome Top Gal Abby. That's how it is when you have a good heart. I know, right? I know what you mean. That's exactly what I think it is. Welcome, Lashus. We're gonna get you up on screen in just a minute or two, looking lovely, looking delicious. Luscious, looking delicious. um, but here's the conclusion of this little story. All right. Even though I had some really bad experiences in my first rental property, now that I'm listening to people like Lashus Journey and uh, the intentional millionaire, and also what's his name? There's another guy that does a real estate show on YouTube. Um, Forgot his name right now, but I'm listening to them and I'm learning, and I think we're going to learn quite a few things today about real estate from somebody who is basically self-taught. And if she can do it, we can all do it, right? We can all do it. So, there's a lot of things to consider when you're buying real estate, and she's going to share some of those things with us. And so I wouldn't say I'll never invest in real estate again. I know it's very profitable. It can be very, very profitable. And instead of having money just sitting in the bank, why not use it to grow? So I'm feeling like it's probably time to do it again. All right, so I hope you enjoyed my little story there of me uh investing in real estate for the first time. I think it's probably about over coming up to 10 years now, and it's time to get back into it. Black British girls are the best. You'll who is that? Yuri? Welcome, welcome. That's right, we are the best. Need me one. Oh, you need one? Okay, all right. Let's see what we can do. This is not a dating show, but we'll see what we can do. And also, I gotta say from the beginning, this is not financial advice or anything like that. It's just for informational purposes. Everything that we're gonna hear today. All right. Give me the thumbs up if you are ready, madame. Are you ready? You look good. You look good. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Welcome, Luscious Journey. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Are you
Good.
hearing me correct?
You was a little quiet. A little quiet. Speak it up. Speak up.
Are you hearing me?
That's better. That's better.
Okay. Oh
All
no.
right. So, everybody, I want you to help me welcome Luscious Journey to the show. This is Lashus Journey, a fellow YouTuber and also a sponsor of mine. Thank you so much, Lashus Journey, for being one of my early sponsors. How you doing
My
today?
pleasure. I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, good, good. So, we're here talking about investing, generational wealth, and we're gonna later on we'll talk a little bit about health. But for now, I would love if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself before we get into all the financial stuff. Where you come from, where you're from, and all that kind of stuff.
Hey guys, good night everyone. My name is Kirisha. I'm from Jamaica. Moved here 15 years ago from Jamaica. And I've been in Florida since. Um, it's been a adventurous journey. But I've learned a lot, and I'm doing a lot down here. Me and
Mhm.
my family, I'm doing well.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's give a big shout out to everybody that's in the chats. Welcome everybody. It's not too late to share. Feel free to share. Tell a friend about it. Just give them the link. Just give them the link in the YouTube link and let people come on in here. Um, we're about to get into it, guys. Lashus, could you adjust your camera so that your face is a little bit closer to the top of the screen? We don't have to see too much of the wall. We could just see more of you and less of the wall.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm learning.
that's okay. That's all right, my dear. And
Okay,
while you're making that
is that
adjustment,
better?
yeah, could you go any further up?
Okay,
'Cause
let's
we're
see.
seeing a lot of the wall at the top, but we could see more, we'd like to see more of your face. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now we're getting
Awesome, I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
all right. So looks like we have a relative of yours here.
Oh yeah, that's my niece. A
Oh, well,
lot of my family should be online. I send them the link
very good. So
from back home. They're back in Jamaica.
nice. Welcome, Top Gal Abby,
Yeah.
and
Hey,
welcome
Abigail.
Sharon. Welcome. She's calling in from London.
Oh, awesome.
Indeed. Welcome, guys. And just going to give a quick shout out to my sponsors. Big shout out to Gail Luckett, one of my early sponsors. Thank you so much, Gail Luckett, the moderator of all moderators. Welcome to special thanks to the Intentional Millionaire, one of my early sponsors as well. He talks a lot about real estate and investing as well. Welcome to and thank you to Carl Sinclair from Syntech Calling for your sponsorship. I really appreciate you. Special thanks to Shayla, another early sponsor. Thank you so much. Thank you to MSE Network, megasourceentertainment.com. We are streaming live over there too. Hi, you guys over there. Welcome, Rich. Welcome, all of you guys over there. And special thank you to sponsor American Roots of Jamaican Music, produced by Eugene Gray, December 12th, 7 p.m. in Fort Lauderdale. Visit rootsofjamaica.org events for more information on that. And thank you to Lashus Journey for your sponsorship. Where'd you get that name from, Lashus?
That's just okay. When I was younger, growing up in Jamaica, that was my pet name, Lashus. So
Uh,
I had another name, my wealth journey, but someone online had my rich journey. So it was very similar. So when anybody looked me up, they come up instead. So I changed it. I'm like, okay, nobody have this name. It's a unique name.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So let's get into a little bit more detail about you. So
Okay.
when I put the flyer out, and one of the things that I said was, you're just an ordinary, an ordinary lady, an ordinary girl who is actually doing really well in this space as far as investing, um, real estate, and so forth. But before we actually go there, what kind of work do you do or did you do? Just to show what kind of an ordinary person you are.
So 15 years ago, I came here back in 2006, and I started working at the Hilton. I got a second job at Walmart. So later on down the road, as soon as I was legal to stay here, I started working at Walmart full time. So that was my full time job. Always my full time job. Then I get up. I'm always doing two jobs. So Walmart always my primary job. I've been there almost 15 years, and clean condos and you name it. So that's it.
So
Just grind.
what kind of work were you doing at Walmart then?
Um, First, when I just started at Walmart, I was a maintenance person back in 2006. I used to clean and all that. Then cashier. Then moved to OGP, and I work all around Walmart.
OGP. What's that?
It's the online grocery pickup.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
What about in the hospitality? You said you worked in hospitality too?
Yes, I used to work at the Hilton. That's where I started out at the Hilton when I came here 15 years ago. Didn't have any experience in the hotel, and that's how I get started. So after being here, I hope in a cleaning service, little after. Uh-huh. So I started cleaning houses, like really big houses. So start doing that, me and my kids, and I'm still doing it right now. I still have the cleaning service. So
Wow, very very
it's always grinding.
industrious. You don't hang around because what were you doing in Jamaica before you came over?
Before I came over, I used to work on construction site. I grew up rough. I was a tomboy working on site in the sun and all that. Yeah.
Wow, that's very very interesting. So the reason why I'm asking asking you about that is because I want people to see that you just everyday average person. There's nothing
I
so
know.
special about you because when they hear about the things that you're doing, they might think, "Oh, that she had all this experience." Da, 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 da. I wanted to lay the ground from the get go that listen, man, you're just everyday person, right?
Yes, I am.
Not
Grew
any.
up in poverty in Jamaica and always dream of America. That was my dream as a kid to
Uh,
come to the United States. Because back home life was so hard for us. My mom didn't have a job or nothing, and life was very challenging. So I always knew that coming to America would be my way out because I have family member that leave, and when they come back, they could afford anything and stuff like that. So, at a young age, I'm like, that's my that's my dream to come to America.
right. A lot of us had that dream to come to America. Me
Yeah,
too.
I know.
So
I know.
we have quite a few little similarities.
So true.
Even
Yeah,
the car we drive, right?
I know.
So
We
funny.
too. We have a lot of similarities.
I tell you, man. Welcome, Facebook user. Could you come over to YouTube, please? Come over to YouTube. The link is right there on my Facebook page. You'll find it right there on the top of the page. Proud of you. You earned this. Says top gal Abby.
Abby,
Yes,
yes.
indeed. All right, guys. So we know where Lashus came from. Um, Tell us, what does generational wealth mean to you? And I just want you to just kind of give it in a very sort of general way. We're going to dig deep into everything that you say. We're going to dig a little bit deeper into it, but just give us
Okay.
an overall later groundwork for what generational wealth.
One generational wealth means to me is to make sure my family is okay when I'm gone. It's like the way we grew up in Jamaica. My parents, they didn't have a house for themselves, so it's like we were living with family member, and they were always fighting over stuff, over land, over house, and stuff like that. And I swear, I tell myself, I'm not gonna make my kids or my grandkids have to go through the way I grew up. So I'm like, I always have that in the back of my head. I'm gonna leave something for my generation. It's not gonna be like, the way I grew up. I'm gonna change that. It's the curse stopped with me. That's it. Yeah. So generation wealth is just to, leave something behind with knowledge. I teach my kids about all this real estate, so, it's just like leaving something, a legacy for them. So that's it.
Very, very good. Welcome to Friendsgiving. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to South Florida Conference. I think it's South Florida Conference, something or other. Welcome to you, Samantha LaCruz, I believe it is. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Facebook user, come on over um, to YouTube. And also Casey Baby, she was there when you and I were walking the first time, right?
Yeah, she's always there. That's my girl, always holding me down.
You were walking. I was on the tube with you. Welcome, Casey Baby 32.
Oh,
All right. So generational wealth. Now, you on one of your previous videos, because I've watched all of your finance videos, I believe. One of the videos you mentioned all the different vehicles you're using for generational wealth. Can you just go through them one by one and just talk a little bit about each one of them? And I'll interrupt as we're going through.
Okay. My biggest vehicle to get to generational wealth is real estate.
All right. I want to say real estate to last. All right.
Okay. So you want me to leave that one for last? Okay.
Yeah. Because that's the biggest one, I think. So
Okay.
let's talk about like stocks and bonds and go on from there.
Okay. So working at Walmart, the company offers a 401k match. They match it 6%. So I've been putting in my 401k for the past 10 years or so or more. So I've been putting from anywhere from 10% to 15, 20% up and down. I've always invest aggressively in my 401k. And I know about 401k. One of my coworker, he was a military, and he didn't even know much about it. He just tell me, he said, you're young, you should put in your 401k, just like that. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay. So I start putting in my 401k, and then they offers a stock company share match as well. So you can buy share in the company, and they match that as well. So I was always putting stuff in there, because growing up, you know, your parents tell you it's not what you make, but it's what you keep. So it doesn't matter how much money you make. It's just what you keep, because you can make so much and it's still gone.
That's right.
So I always put money in my 401k and forget about it. And so that's what one vehicle that I'm using, my
So
401k and
401k and
and Roth IRA. I have
yeah, we'll go to the Roth IRA in a second. But you said 401k and your the stock option. So that's stocks in Walmart, is that right?
Walmart. Yes,
Now
it is.
you not only do you shop work there, and I'm sure you shop there too, right?
Yes.
So do you see the importance of investing in stuff that you use
If
anyway?
if I see the importance of investing
In stuff or businesses, companies that you're using all the time, because you
oh yes, it is. Yes, it is very important, because number one, with Walmart ain't going nowhere. Just Walmart in general, it's not going anywhere. It's one of the biggest retailer. So so I invest in there without worrying about my money, losing my money, because it's a big company and it's everywhere.
right.
So stuff like that. And just like even, let me see, even Apple, the phone that I have, I invest in Apple, because Apple is a good company and I believe in it.
Yeah.
So stuff that I use, products that's it's a good product, it works well for me, I invest in company like that.
Right.
So yeah.
And do you have any, let's not advice, but do you have any other sort of thoughts about investing in the stocks and bonds, or um do you have like a routine or a rhythm as far as investing?
In what I do in investing in stock, I do some individual stock, but I'm not so big on individual stock. I mostly do index fund or mutual fund. It's like a basket with a bunch of different stock, not just single stock. You can have the S&P 500, that's like 500 of the best company, you know, the Russell 2000, stuff like that. I invest in vehicle like those mutual funds, index funds, where it's not just individual, the risk is, less. So I rather to do mutual fund, index fund. Those are my big thing. Yes.
Okay.
Instead of
Yeah,
individual stock.
sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I said I rather to do invest in index fund and mutual funds instead of individual stock, because sometimes you invest in an individual stock, if it's not a strong or a good company, that company can go bankrupt with your money. I have a company. It's a power company I used to invest in, and I had like $5,000 in that stock, and the company, bankrupt file chapter 11, and all my money, I lost all that money. Yes, uh-huh.
And
In one, and it was an individual stock. But
okay.
doing that, okay, so with individual stock, I usually invest money that I know I can afford to lose.
Yeah.
So individual stock I invest, unless it's a strong company like Apple and stuff, I put it in there. But even though I put it in there, I can afford to lose that.
Mhm.
So mutual fund and index fund is what it's more secure. It grows slower, but it is the best. It's the best vehicle when you're looking to buy stock and stuff like that. It's best you get an index fund.
All right. It's safer, you say.
It's safer. It's
Okay.
safer.
Big shout out to Mrs. B Finesse. Great conversation. Asset and wealth talk. Absolutely. Oh, she stole my thunder has arrived. Try invest to pharmaceutical or adult activities company. Oh, interesting. They tend to do well even during a recession, but this is not financial advice. Absolutely. This is not financial advice. I'm sure we had Gail Lockett in with us. I'm going to have to um, write this out and put it on a banner. Um, let's see what we can do here. This is not financial advice, guys. Of course, we're just giving you information for informational purposes. And do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button if you've hit the like button already. We thank you for the likes. Um, feel free to join and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. That would be wonderful for us. And also, thanks everybody. If anybody does feel like doing a cash up, and this is the number. I feel like I'm getting a bit of a back an echo. Are you hearing anything on your side or no? No.
I know it sounds
Oh,
great to me.
must be me then. No problem. Yeah. Thanks for supporting the channel, guys. So let's talk a little bit more about the Roth IRA now, because I know that you mentioned a Roth IRA. Let's talk
Yeah.
about that. And how did you get into that?
The Roth IRA, I get into the investing and stuff like that. I get into that with Dave Ramsey. I did the Financial Peace University back in 2013. And yes, that's all I know about Roth IRA and 401k and stuff, which I was doing 401k and stock in Walmart, ever since I started there. So that's when I get really deep in it, when I did the Financial Peace University with Dave Ramsey. And that's when I opened a Fidelity account, and I start putting, I think at the time you could put 5,000 or 5,500 in there at the time. You only can put up to 5,500 at the time. So that's what I used to put in every year. So now I think it's up to 6,000 a year you can put in there, because I'm married, so you can put up to 6,000. So that's what we do. We do the max. Yeah.
Right. That's right. An amount you can put in if you're single, and a different it goes up a little bit if you
Yeah. I think it's 55 if you're single and six if you're, yes. So
right.
true. Mm-hmm.
And you said you did financial peace.
Yeah.
So if you did financial peace, what does that mean as far as your finances?
It means everything. I need a peace. It gives you a peace of mind when you're financially free.
Because even though I didn't do the course officially, I just followed all the principles. I watched Dave Ramsey religiously while I was paying off my mortgage, and he really did help me to do that. But I know that there's some things that you don't necessarily agree with everything that he teaches, right? Since you
No, I
since
don't.
you've gone through it. So what are the things that he's taught you a lot? Of course, he's taught us all a lot. What
Mm.
what is different now?
Okay, what is different now? Okay, with financial peace, I was deeply in debt. I had like 15 credit cards because I was single at the time when I was doing financial peace. So it was just me working a two job. I had three kids at the time, and it was just me. So I was single at the time. So I had a bunch of credit cards because I had a car payment for $400 and didn't have no house at the time. So I had to use those credit cards, to get gas and everything. So I run up some credit card, about 20,000. So when I did the financial peace university and I did that debt snowball and the baby step with Dave Ramsey, it helps me get out of debt and it helped me to stay away from debt.
Uh-huh.
So a few years after I pay off all those credit cards, so in in 2015 when I met my husband, I was debt free because I've been doing that debt snowball and everything. So with Dave Ramsey, he tells you about the principle of staying away from debt and all that. So I was scared to even get a mortgage because he was telling us to save up 20% of a down payment for a house, or save up and buy a house. I'm like, I'll never own a house because I'm not going to be able to save up, for a house because a house costs 200,000. So house was on the back end of my mind at the time. So you want me to keep going? Because I can go all day. Okay. So in 2015, I met my husband here at the time, and he's from Jamaica as well. He was a student in college back home, so he was here for 6 months, 4 months. So he went back home. So when he went back home, we weren't married at the time. So I bought a house at that time in 2015. I see this realtor. I work at a money center at Walmart. She came in and she said, I'm a realtor now. We used to work at Hilton. I'm like, oh, really? So she said, I sell house. I'm like, oh, cool. So I'm like, I can buy a house then. And she's like, oh, yeah, you never buy a house before? I'm like, no. So yeah, and that was it. And I bought a townhouse out here.
So
And
that was the house for yourself. That wasn't the rental, right? That was just the house for yourself.
yeah, that was the house for myself.
Right,
So
right.
that was my first house.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I buy a little townhouse. How do I get that money? I sold some of my Walmart stock. And yeah, and I use my tax return because I always save up my tax return. So I use my tax return and my Walmart stock, and I did buy a little townhouse.
You
It's
see,
a three. Mhm.
that's why I'm so impressed with you. You're somebody who is you save, and when you're ready to buy, you bought your house, and you use stocks from the stocks that you got from your company. You
Yeah.
know,
Uh-huh.
very very good. All right, so continue. That was your first house that you bought.
Yes, so that was my first house that I bought. So I did meet my husband that summer, but he was my husband at the time. So he went back to Jamaica. So he after he went back to Jamaica, he wanted to finish school there. So he said he had 2 years in university. So he called me and he was saying can you wait on me for 2 years until I finish university? I'm like, no, I can't wait. I can't. So if you're serious, you come back. If you're not, bye. You know. So so that year he came back. He's like, he dropped school and dropped everything, and he flew back here,
Wow,
and yeah, and he flew back.
girlfriend.
And he came back to Destin, and that was that was the start of of something great. So that year, and he was here, but it take a while to get your paperwork and all that.
Yeah.
So he was here in 2015. So in 2017 he got his paperwork. In 2017 started working at Walmart. So we were both working at Walmart now. I didn't have to work two jobs no more because second income coming in. So we said, okay, um let's buy a home together. So I filed for my mom at the time because I bring my mom here from Jamaica. So at the time, I tell the bank my house is too small, so we need a secondary house, so our mom can stay there. So that one was 10% down because if it's a secondary home, you can put 5 to 10% down.
Oh.
So the first one was a FHA loan, which you only can have one FHA loan at a time. So we are, 3.5% down. So that was the first one that I got. So this one is a conventional, it's a secondary home. So 10% down. So we did get that one. My mom, stayed in there for a little bit. Then she moved out less than a year. So then I asked the bank, I'm like, my family member move up, can I rent it out? They said yes. I'm like, okay, thank you. So that was 2018.
So let me stop you right there. Um, was that so? That was where you first. That's where you first rented out property. So it sounded like, if I'm not mistaken, you kind of like fell into the rental business. Were you always intending to rent it, or you kind of just fell into it?
I kind of just fell into it. And where I live, it's house is so hard to get here, and it's a lot of foreigner that comes here to work. You know, from other country, a lot of foreigner come here to work, and they live in share space. They don't mind share space because when I came here back in 2006, that's how we used to live because we came here with an agency, and it was like 26 of us, so we used to share house. So so I know about the share living, and which I'm from, back home, we used to share space with our brothers and sisters.
Right.
So, I'm kind of used to it. My husband at the time, he's like, he don't like to rent out his house. So I'm like, before we get there, my first house that I bought, I rent one room and I live in two rooms
Oh, okay.
because it was 3 bedroom.
So that was the first. That was your first townhouse.
Yeah, so my first house I rent one room in there. So
Oh,
I
okay.
was house hacking that one.
Got you. Oh,
Hmm.
okay. Hold on. You used a word there that I wanted to ask you about. What did you call that? House stacking?
House hacking.
Oh,
H
house hacking.
yeah, HACKING. Yeah,
Oh,
house hacking. I guess
oh,
that's
oh.
the fancy name for it, which I was doing it way before this name come in. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
yes, I was out sacking that one, the first home that I live in, one of the room. So when we bought the second home, we said, okay, my family member are gonna live there and in one room and then rent the other room. So every house that I buy, we look for 3 bedroom, 2 bath, or something like that.
Right.
All is 3 bedroom. Because in the back of my mind, we're gonna house hack it. So in 29, so my mom moved out and I rent it out, but I don't do traditional renters. I do house hacking. I'm a house hacker, so I rent by the rooms.
Okay.
So it's yeah. So after my I rent that one out. I like the money that it's bringing. So I said to my husband, let's buy another one. And he was like, oh, that's going to be like 3 mortgage. No, we can't. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And, he was iffy. And then 2019, we're like, okay. So we bought another one. We bought an investment property, 20% down. So when we buy that one, we house at that one as well. So
And
we rent out by the
you
room.
always buy three bath, 3 bed.
2 bath.
Two
Yeah,
bath.
that's all I look for. Only 3 bedroom, 2 bath, or four
And
bedroom.
why do you only look for those?
Because one bed because the return, the the ROI is better on the 3 bedroom, 2 bath, because the 1 bedroom, it's not going to bring in the income that I want, or
Right.
the 2 bedroom. The 3 bedroom always, a better return on investment. It's always better for us. So I always look for that. And no, and I don't look for a house. Any house that I look for is turnkey. I don't want nothing that I do have to do any work in or nothing. Ready to go. No carpet. It has to be tile or laminate or, So I have my little, preference that I
Yes.
look for. So yeah.
And these are very key things that you're bringing up. So for somebody who's a complete novice, like I was when I first started,
Uh,
um, if I had known these things that you're doing, these are the things that I would do differently. So
yeah.
always buy a house at least that's 3 bedrooms,
Too
two
bad.
baths, so that you can
Mhm.
rent out by the room.
Yes.
And then you also have a pretty unique uh, I guess area where you live, where there's a lot of people coming in who are students or
Too
work on work permits or whatever. So
Yeah.
you always have an influx of those people coming in all the time, right?
All the time. Because even today, I was here and a contractor called me. I have to go by the house. Yeah, four lady came from the Bahamas. It's that just move in today, and so
Yeah.
you, it's always. Business is always good here.
And they're kind of like short term positions. They're not like for the whole year. They might be like 6 months or something.
They're here like 6 months, 7 months. They're here for a long time. Sometime a year or two. Yeah, they're here a long time.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
That's
most
very
of them.
good.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. So
Hmm.
we're going to spend probably most of the time on this real estate thing. We're going to go to a little bit more. All right. So I just want to welcome everybody again to the show. This is MJ Live. We're here every Thursday at 8 p.m. And from time to time, I'll have guests up. And I also give tech tips. We'll give a tech tip a little bit later. I wanted to share how you can just promote your shows, your YouTube, because most of us are YouTubers here. How you can promote your shows through using WhatsApp broadcast if you haven't already done so. That's what we were doing today. Um, good night, Melissa and Lashus. It's UK 2 a.m. now. Thank you guys and everybody. Sure, not a problem, Sharon. Don't expect you to stay up so late. Thank you so much for being here, anyhow. That's a good tip. Never heard of house hacking, right, friends? Given never heard of that. I thought
Hmm.
you said house.
Hacking.
I thought I heard you say before because I couldn't quite hear.
House hacking.
House no house shacking. I don't know what I was thinking. What I heard house hacking. Oh, house sacking. I thought it was house
House
sacking.
hacking.
That's what I
Mhm.
thought it was.
Hacking.
Um, what is this? Oh, love is in the air.
That's my niece.
Oh, so authentic. Love that about her.
Thank you.
I want to say a big thank you to all the people that are supporting the show right now who are tuned in. And this is Lashus Journey. She has a YouTube channel and she has some playlists of some really good financial advice. All of the stuff that you're hearing today, she goes into it into much more detail. So let's go back into what is this sound? Is this me?
Over the mic.
Let's go back into the real estate portion. Now you do have some more, I would say, tips and just things that you've picked up. And first of all, I wanted to ask you this: who taught you all this stuff?
What's up with all this? Okay, so I read Rich Dad Poor Dad. I don't know if you ever heard of that book, Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I read that book and boom, the every light bulb came on in my head. The Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's a great. It is a it is a great book. I'd recommend that book to everybody that's watching.
Yeah.
It is.
And where else did you get your education, your learning, your experience from real estate?
A lot of it on YouTube
YouTube
and
University.
the books and YouTube. That's it. Nothing else. Just books and YouTube.
So you didn't go to school?
That didn't go. No,
Courses?
they didn't even go to college.
So you learned all of this stuff just by your own self?
Just by my own self, just sitting down after work and just Googling and just, learning the different type of loans they are and, what I can get and stuff like that. It's just like just researching, doing the research. And everything is online. And that's what I tell my kids every day. Everything is there. It's right here at your fingertip. It's in your hand. You just need to look in the right places and look for what you want. It's,
Right.
it's right there.
Mhm.
It's right there. Asset and liability. And
Yeah, we're going to get into that. You mentioned the different types of loans.
uh-huh.
Can you just repeat the different types of loans again one more time for us?
Okay, so there's four different type of loan. You have USDA loans. That's like rural area. You can get um but it has to be in rural area. So where I live, it's not a rural area, so I couldn't get it there. But I didn't even know about that loan at first, the USDA loan,
Uh-huh.
because I probably would have tried for that first. So and then you have VA loans, which is for Veterans Affairs, and you have FHA. That one is backed by the federal government, so it's insured by the federal government. And you have conventional loan. That one is not backed by the federal government. That one is backed by Fannie and Freddie Mac. So that one you can have as much as in that one as you can. So that one is the one that I have a lot of those. conventional loan.
uh, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
the
So there's
FHA
four,
is for first
four
time home.
types
Yeah,
of loan
there's
of
first time.
loans.
Yes.
The was it US?
FHA, USDA, VA, which is the Veterans Affairs, and FHA, that's for first time home buyers. And then you have conventional, which a lot of people use conventional, but the conventional, it's a little more stipulation, a little more harder to get that one because your credit has to be for minimum 620 to on. With the FHA loan, first time home buyer, that one you can get your credit can be minimum 580, and they'll lend you up to 96.5% of the house value, which is good because the most of the money is the bank, and that's what I'm using right now. I'm using the bank the way they use us.
Yeah, talk on that a little bit. Talk on that a little bit.
Okay, so the bank is very smart.
Hold on.
The bank will send you tons of credit card. The bank will send you tons of credit card. They'll trap you. So you have to stay one step ahead of them. Even if they give you the credit card, just don't use it. Yeah, I use it to build my credit. Back then, yes, I used it back then, but I paid off, get rid of it. I learned my lesson.
So smart.
Yeah, and even right now they send me a loan for 50,000, 45, $50,000 for a car. They just send you a voucher in your email so you can go and get a car. I'm like, why would I get a get a $50,000 car? They're trying to trap you. I'd rather get it and buy a house, because that's asset right there, and have
Yeah,
somebody pay that bill for me. So it's just knowing the difference between asset and liability.
clear.
Your credit card liability, the car payment, it's a liability. So with me now, I'm trying to get assets, so only loan I have is mortgage.
Right.
Mortgages.
Mortgages.
So
Now,
yes,
how many? So you talked about the difference between assets and
and liability.
liabilities,
Uh-huh.
and you're in the business of
Assets.
creating
Assets.
assets only.
Assets only. I'm not looking at liability.
Right. And you mentioned multiple rental properties.
Yes, I
Would you
do.
mind letting us know maybe how many you have?
Right now we're on our sixth one. We only on our sixth one.
Wait. You said only six?
Only on the sixth one.
I'm so proud of you, girlfriend. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Six, six
Yeah,
properties
only on our
in
sixth.
a couple of years, right?
Uh,
This is only within a few years.
yeah, I started 2018. 2018, February 2018, I purchased the first one. 'Cause the first one was our primary. The one I bought in 2015, that was my primary. So 2018 of February, that's when everything started. And today I'm able to walk away from my day job. I'm not looking back.
Congratulations. You're not
Thank
going
you.
back.
Thank you.
Wow, give it up for Lashus Journey, guys. In the chat room, give us some fire emojis, some hearts, some stuff in the chat rooms, because this girl is doing the thing here in her real estate journey here. So she stole my thunder says, what about Montreal that needs a room for the winter months, who needs to work on her color? What would be the price for the room?
She want a room for
I don't know if she's been 100% serious, but do you want to answer that? It's up to you.
uh what's that? She stole my thunder. She's a very good friend now online, so I'll give her a really good price.
What you say?
No, I said I'll give her a really good price.
Oh,
Her price would be different from just regular
okay,
price.
okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. I love the idea of renting to the immigrants who are here in work visa. I suspect you don't have any issues getting the rent.
Oh no. No.
Wow, wow.
Everything the rent come in even before the rent due, they pay it. Yeah. They're
So we,
pretty good. They're good renters. I have some great people.
yeah, we seem to be getting a little bit of an echo. Says she stole my thunder. Um, I don't hear it, and you said that you don't hear it, but
They're probably gone early on.
yeah, maybe it comes and goes. Let us know if it's coming and going, guys. Um, Ashley Benjamin. Hey, Ashley, is this somebody, one of your friends?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Ashley Benjamin. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting our girl Luscious journey here.
She's
Yeah,
down there with me.
yes.
Yeah.
Fire some emojis here for you. We are so proud of you. Samantha Campbell. Is that another one of your friends? Samantha Campbell?
It might be.
Hey, Samantha, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are having a great conversation. Super proud of my sister.
Thank you. Thank you.
So proud. So proud of
Thank
you.
you. To God be
Wow,
the glory.
amazing. This is Gary Dixon. He's a good friend of mine in the UK. He was here for like a year and a half. He,
Yeah.
he came over before the lockdown and got locked in Florida. It's a nice place to get locked. She's not my sister. Good to know. Yeah, I went when I get my money organized, I'll contact you. Now she's in which part of Florida are you in, Luscious?
I'm in Destin, Florida, but I always have a space. I have a spare bedroom at my house. You can come. It's okay. I have a spare bedroom. I'm about to turn in my office.
It goes and it
It
comes.
goes and goes. Oh, it does.
Oh, Samantha, Samantha. Hey, Samantha. That's how I know you, not Samantha. I know you as Samantha.
Ah,
Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. Long time not well. I saw you a couple of weeks ago at the Valencias last month, I believe it was.
our network together. There is such talent
We should
there.
all network
It
together.
is.
There
There's
is
so
so
much
much
talent.
talent here, for real, for real, for real.
There's-
Yes, the realtor, a realtor. Well, I'm gonna start looking for a rental property soon.
Down here.
You
I
must
hope you do it down here, Melissa.
what?
Do it down here. I can get you great tenants. Great
Serious?
tenants. Yes. Uh-huh.
So what are your thoughts about having property in a different
Oh, long distance,
location?
long distance.
Yeah.
You're in the same state, or whether or not it's okay. A lot of investors that's in Destin right now, they live in Texas, because I used to clean for a lot of people. A lot of these investors, they're not here. They buy the house here on the beach, go back home, and they run it like that, and they just get a property manager. All you need is a property manager. I'll be your property manager. All you need is a property manager, and that's all they need. They get their money every, you know,
Oh my
that's it.
word. I think we just made another big connection here, Luscious.
Yes, I,
So
you
you can rent
should.
the whole thing. I wouldn't have to come. I wouldn't have to go up there because it's like what 5 hours drive or something, right?
Yeah, it's about 6-7 hours, but yeah, I'm serious. I'm always telling people about investing here, but I guess because they're out of town, they're kind of scared. And even with us, we're just with me and my husband, we just buy them together, and that's my partner. And what we said, when we get to 10 unit, because you only can have 10 in your name, only can have 10 property.
Oh,
So I'm gonna try and get 10, and he get 10, because the goal is to keep going
yeah.
until probably 20. I don't want to have no 50, 100 unit. No, I don't. We're just gonna get like 20, and then that's it.
Oh,
So it's good to invest here, and I'm here. I can show you everything. You
okay.
won't regret it.
We're gonna talk some more about that. Not only are
Yeah.
we in something else together, but we're gonna be talking about this even more. Let me just read some of these comments here, guys. This is a great conversation. Um, salute the chat, Professor Black Ops is here. Security for the people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in, Professor Black Ops. And if you guys come on in, you know the drill. The price of admission is a free like of the button of the show. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So good to have you all. Um, Professor Black Ops, thank you for being here. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Destin is a beautiful place, says
It
Samantha.
is. It's at the best place here.
when I saw you walking around, the place looks nice and
It's
clean and
beautiful.
peaceful and everything.
It's beautiful.
Okay. Again, let me just give a quick shout out to all of my sponsors. I don't ever want to leave out my sponsors. Um, Big shout out to Gail Luckett, the moderator of all moderators, to the Intentional Millionaire. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. To Carl Sinclair from Syntec Cooling, Air Conditioning. Big shout out to Shayla. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. Big shout out to MSE Network. That's megasourceentertainment.com. Check them out, guys. They have shows. Rich Live, he has a great show on a Saturday night at 7 p.m. in Eastern, and also on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. If you want to hear some good music, listen. Great shows over there. And then also, thanks to sponsor American Roots of Jamaican Music, produced by Eugene Gray, happening on December 12th, 7 p.m. Eastern in Fort Lauderdale. Go to rootsofmusic.org/events if you're here in South Florida and you want to go to a beautiful, beautiful show. I've been there a couple times. And then Lashus Journey, another one of my sponsors. I was so surprised when you see I saw I saw this come through from Lashus Journey. I was so surprised. So thank you so much again, Lashus. I really appreciate that.
It's my pleasure.
Let's see. Well, Destin is second only to Montreal, says she stole my thunder. Yes, of course, she stole my thunder. I'm sure Montreal is beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful and cold.
Oh, yeah, right. We love the Florida. We love Florida. We'll stay here in Florida.
We'll stay here. Somebody said I have 6 doors. Let's get on the grind. Yep, I'm ready. Let's do it.
6 properties?
No, somebody said I have 6 doors. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
6 doors means 6 properties? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Oh. 60 feet. Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's real estate talk.
Yep. All day.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You're gonna manage it for me because I don't want to do it, but
I'll do it.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the scared.
I'm up 2-3 o'clock looking at the MLS. That's all I do.
Right? Okay. All right. So we talked about all the different ways how you personally are building generational wealth. So far, we talked about stocks and bonds. We talked about mutual funds. Did we talk about mutual funds yet?
Yeah, because with your IRA or even the 401k, you put it in one of those funds. So that's mutual funds or index it, because you can put your money in an IRA. That's the thing. A lot of people, you put your money in an IRA, but the money is not vested until you put it somewhere. It's just sitting there. So if you just open an IRA, boom, open an account, put the money there in your IRA, it's just sitting there. You have to tell the money where to go. Oh. So it's just gonna sit there just like a savings account. It's not vested. You have to invest it in one of these vehicles. So that's where the index fund come in, the mutual funds or whatever fund you want to put the money in. So the IRA is just it's a basket. It's holding your money. You have to invest it.
Gotcha. So, yeah, mine is vested. I was worried for a second, but no, it is vested. Yes, because it started off at one number and now it's almost double. Yeah. about 40%, I would say.
That's good. Awesome.
Within about a year and a half, I would say it's like almost half, earned almost half. We'll talk about that later on as far as the percentage, if it's doing good or not.
It's always gonna do good. Once it's in one of those baskets, it's gonna do good. It's always going up.
Yes. I love to look at that and see it grow. I'm like, ooh, I haven't done anything. So let's talk about a little bit more about a Roth IRA, because I know that it's something that I just learned recently from the Intentional Millionaire is that you can actually take a loan from your own Roth IRA to purchase property. Or
you can
to do stuff like that.
You can. What I do, to fund my real estate, because a lot of people want to know how you fund your deal. Because a lot of time, to fund your deal, you have to use cash. So how I fund most of my deal is with my 401k. So what I do, I borrow against my 401k because you can borrow up to $50,000 from your 401k.
Are there penalties?
There, you pay a little interest, like 4%, I think, interest I'm paying back, but you paying it back to yourself
Right.
because you're not taking it out, you're borrowing
Yes.
against it. So
Gotcha.
you're paying back 4% interest, but you're paying it to yourself, and you the money going back. So they take it every week. It's they take a deduction from my paycheck every 2 weeks or every so you pay it back. You tell them when you want to pay it back.
Okay. So Professor Black Ops is saying, no, I have 3 doubles. I'm into multifamily.
Multifamily. That's what I'm gonna look into next.
Okay. Well, there is a minor bias for Montreal, but it's okay. We could have a video in the Thunderdome about which city is the best. I'm trying to buy a 6-unit apartment building.
Oh,
That's
that's great.
yeah.
Well, that's good.
Oh, so okay, so because the way how you're rented is kind of unique. You're renting to students or whatever. But
Oh, fine.
do you think if you were just renting to regular people, and maybe it's a question for Professor Black Ops,
Mhm.
during this whole COVID where a lot of people had lost their jobs and so forth, um, were, are there issues with people not paying their rent?
For me, no. Not where I live. Where I live, nothing didn't shut down.
Oh,
Most of the place, Walmart never closed.
that's
It's always open.
true.
You know, a lot of my renter they work at Walmart. A lot of my workers they work in the restaurant field. So it's you know a lot of my worker that they're essential workers. A lot
Yeah,
of my renters, so they work
it's
in the
good,
so
important.
yes, I have a lot of essential workers. All of them.
Interesting.
Yes.
I never thought about that. Yeah, awesome, awesome. So I know that you had a couple of little tips I thought were pretty interesting regarding your rentals.
Uh-huh.
You did a video where you was going around to all your different units. We clicked on all the money. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Okay, sure. So one of my stream of income is Kai machine. So that's another stream of income that I'm using. That's another vehicle I'm using to get to this generational wealth. It's where in my unit, I do a house hacking, so I pay all the utilities. I pay all the bill. You pay your rent. You don't worry about nothing else. I pay internet, light, water, and everything. So what I do, I put coin machine and a coin dryer, so you don't have to go to the laundromat. Because I know after you finish working 2 and 3 job, you can't get up, go to a laundromat with all those laundry. So I
Wow.
put kind machine inside the unit, so it's like a laundry machine. It's like a laundry, you know,
It's like a laundromat inside of
inside your unit.
in the unit.
Yes,
So
all
again,
the units.
saw you going around to all of the different units,
Mhm.
and was it a washer and a dryer or just a washer? Was it
Washer
both?
and dryer, both
Washer
washer
and
and dryer. Yes.
in all the units. So not only is she very astute as far as just knowing um, about getting all these rental properties and who to rent to. Always an influx of people coming in all the time, but she's not letting her tenants go elsewhere for their laundry. Have them stay inside. Obviously, comfort for the tenants, but you're also generating another income there, passive income. It's inside. It's just like I love that idea. I don't know why it was so impressed with that idea.
It's, yes.
Oh boy, excellent, excellent.
No, because I have a lot of friends that live up north, and they tell me, we go to laundromat every week. I'm like, really? That must be hard, you know, going to laundromat every week with all those laundry.
Okay, yeah, definitely. My tenants all paid. My only issue is one of my doubles is an Airbnb I brought at the beginning of the pandemic.
Oh,
So, what sort of issues are you having with that? My only issue is one of my doubles is an Airbnb. Does that mean like it's vacant a lot of the times? What is the issue that you're facing with that? just curious. Mrs. B Finesse is still with us. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I know there's a lot of stuff going on at the time at this time, so just I appreciate you for coming in and supporting. Um,
I don't
well,
know what kind of trouble you might be having.
what was that?
With Black Ops, I don't know what kind of trouble you might be having with the Airbnb unless it's not in a good location. Because he said it's one of the first one he bought in the pandemic.
Yeah, so I'm sure he'll drop in what is the
Mhm.
issue. Um, are there any things regarding your real estate that we haven't spoken about that would be good tips for people wanting to get into real estate? And as a matter of fact, you did do a video on, how to buy property.
Yeah,
What are the
very
steps?
simple.
Very, very simple.
Very simple. Even if you don't have no money, you can borrow the money from a family member. You can get gift. You can get gift money. One of my 19-year-old son, he's been on a contract. He's buying his first unit at 19. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him right now at 19. So
Let's just stop there for a second. Your 19-year-old son has the wherewithal to be considering buying his property at 19. At 19, I don't even know what I was thinking
I
about,
know,
right?
I
So
know.
you're already building generational wealth because you're giving them the mindset to think of investing and assets at 18, 19. You know, Uh, that's incredible. I got to say, it's incredible. Trust me.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh. So you're going to talk about your son in 1 second, all right? Uh,
Uh-huh.
so it is vacant because no one is traveling. Ah, yes.
Oh, really?
I live in a
The
large
location.
traveling conference state. I might switch to a regular rental soon. Ah, okay. So
Mm.
that would make sense why you're having
And it
issues.
depends on the location because where I live, tourists never stop coming. In the pandemic, this is where they come lay on the beach. Right.
Um,
Tell Blackhawks to look in Destin. It's your location. Try and see if you can get something down here. So number one, your rule, your location. Location is very important. So
is this you haven't cornered the market yet, Lashus? Is
uh
You haven't cornered the market yet? Is there still availability for us?
I'm cornered yet. I need help.
Um,
Like I'm the only one doing it.
oh, is there a particular style of house that you're looking for? I guess that question is for Black Ops, Professor the Black Ops, right?
Maybe.
Possibly. Okay. So talk about your son who's 18, 19 years old, already thinking about buying his first home.
Yes, he actually when he put it on the contract, he didn't even tell me nothing. He called me the other day and he said, Mama, I have a house on the contract. I'm closing in 30 days. I'm like, what do you mean by? I'm like, which lender did you go with? Why did you do it behind my back? I could give you a better lender, and that's what I was telling him. So I'm like, so he sent me, I'm like, send me the contract. So he sent me the contract and everything, and I'm like, okay, so how much money you have to put down? And he was saying he's taking out his 401k. So he already have a 401k and he already have stock as well because
Wow.
he work at Walmart where I used to work, or and I take him back there to personnel, and I'm like, come sit on this chair. You're gonna put 6% in your 401k, and you're gonna put $50 every 2 weeks in your stock. And he sit there and he do it. I'm like, and you're gonna put a life insurance on yourself, and you're gonna do this. So I do life insurance. I do everything. It's just you have to protect yourself. You never know what's gonna happen.
It's true.
So he called me and he said, I have my 401k. I'm going to borrow against it. Because I said, you have money for down payment? He said, no. He said he's going to use his 401k. And he went ahead and did that. And I always tell him, if you come up with half of the money, I'll give you half of the down payment. So I'm sticking to my end of the deal. I know I'm going to have to give him more than half, but I don't mind. Because right now he's living in one of my units, and yeah, so I'll give him the whole thing if he wants it. I know he's gonna want it, so I don't tell him as yet, but I have this money put down for him. Yeah, so I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him.
That's really good. That's so
Yeah.
encouraging, guys. So you spoke about, the fact that he is only 19. At what age did you start talking to your children about?
Oh, real estate. I started talking them to probably age 9, 10.
The
My
guy.
daughter is 14. My daughter is 14 and she knows about real estate right now. She want to be a doctor. I'm like, doctor, you're gonna have to do a lot of work. I think you should do it. And I thought she see what I'm doing, and with me, I take them to closing. Anytime I'm closing on a house, I take them to closing with me.
I
When
love
I'm going to take pick up rent, I have them go pick up my rent. Bring my money to me, and so they see this cash flow. They see everything. So they're like, "Mommy, I'm gonna be like you." Right now, you ask them who is their mentor. They like my mom. It's
Oh,
my mentor.
listen, guys, give me some emojis in the chat for Lashus, man. Give me some emojis for Lashus. It's incredible. And again, if you saw from the beginning, I asked her what does she do? Where does she get her knowledge from? YouTube. YouTube.
Yeah, yeah.
What does she do? She works at Walmart, guys. Come on. She hasn't gone to college. We can do this. So I have no excuse now.
Barely finished high school. Barely.
Yeah, but you have something that maybe a lot of people don't have, which is the drive, the determination, and just the just the willingness to win, and that your family wins. Now
Yeah,
you also feel kind of responsible for some family members back home.
I do. I do. I do.
Why,
And
why are you responsible?
um, growing up, it's six of us, three boys, three girls, and it was my mom. My mom with us all the way, and just how hard she worked for us and everything. And it's the it's just my I don't know. I can't even explain it. It's I send home money every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, I make sure they have their food. I don't know if you know partner. Partner. People throw
Yeah,
partner draw. You throw your
yeah,
money every week, and then you get a big lump sum.
yeah.
So ever since I've been throwing two on a partner, it run like 400,000, and each time they get the draw and they build in a house, and they do whatever they want with it. But I make sure I send the money every 2 weeks. They probably on here to drop a like, but yeah,
Like
every
that.
2 weeks I make sure they have food. I make sure the doctor, everything is taken care of, because I know how hard my mom worked, or she didn't have it. You know, her parents didn't even send her to school or nothing. So I think it's my job to pay her back, or pay them back the way she take care of us, the way the best way she know how.
Yeah.
And growing up, my mom, she used to tell me, she said, even though she said, I know you were going to be very smart, because when you were smaller, if we send you for a nail, you'll bring a hammer with it. And that's what she said. She said, I know you were gonna be so smart. So it's like I know I know they're proud of me. They on here. I know they're proud of me.
Got to be, man. Got to be.
They are. They
Proud of
are.
you, man. I can imagine how proud your family is. Um, I want to also talk about you said that if somebody asks you for a nail, that you bring a hammer to.
That's what she
Let's talk about the fact that you are a property manager and that you also fix stuff in the house.
said.
Hold that, hold that thought, hold that thought. Oh, we're having a good time here talking with Lashless Journey, man. We're here about her journey. You gotta go check her channel, the same name that she has right there, Lashless Journey. Go over there in a separate tab and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Please, let's encourage everybody to subscribe and support this young lady who is giving us some gems here
Thank
tonight,
you.
guys. Listen, if you've received some gems already, can you just drop something in the chat? If you've received some information that you may not have ever heard, or just a way of thinking that you haven't heard before, just drop something in the chat. Smart, another stream of income, says Friendsgiving. Um, I think there was a post from, who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Ba, ba, ba. I'm in the Midwest, so that's where Professor Black Ops is. The conferences, all the business travel had stopped. She stole my thunder. I'm a multifamily house up to 4 units, five up to five, and up units are commercial, which needs 20% down. Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
think did you say that, Lashus? I think you may have said that.
Yeah. Because with a FHA loan, you can get a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex. So
Okay.
you can use those with 3% down to get those 3%, 3.5% down,
Okay.
5%.
Uh,
Yeah.
Kareem, hey, mommy, Lashus. This is your long lost daughter, Kareem. Can I have some money for my down payment? LOL.
I
You're
can lend you.
inspiration, guys. If
Yeah.
you gave me some gems tonight, because I surely am as well. Kareem, no, here is some. I don't know what that is. I'm getting the money.
Mhm.
Kareem, peace. She stole my thunder. Are we twins? Can we share the money? They're trying to get all of your money, after you work so hard for it.
And the thing is, you don't even have to have the money. You can partner up with people. You can partner up with partner up. You bring the credit, and another person bringing the cash check with, or So there's a lot of creative way you can do it as well. If you want to be a partner in any real estate, you can be a partner. If you have good credit, you go with the credit. Somebody else go with the cash. If you never have a house before, you know.
First time home buyers program and all of that. Very, very good. Awesome. Ashley Benjamin, welcome again. Welcome everyone that's here. So you were going through I think you were no, first of all you were going through the steps to buy a house. Did you finish that, or did I cut you off? The steps to buy a house.
Oh, so the steps to buy a house, it's very simple. All you need is a 2 years tax return, and a credit score of 580 and above, and your down payment. That's it. And if you get a USDA loan, you might pay zero down. They might give you 100% finance with a USDA loan, because it's like a low income um, thing. So
What is
it
the shortest period of time before closing that you've personally experienced?
that I personal experience, I close in 30 days.
Wow, that's pretty
Yes,
short.
yes, I close in 30 days. Very
Wow.
fast. Yes, and I have some lender that I know, they're great. Pennymac is a great lender. It's a big lender. They're in California. They're not local. You just put in your application online, and I would recommend them to anybody. They close fast.
Wow.
Hmm.
Okay.
And
Very,
they
very,
keep, yeah.
very good. And the process is very simple, you say. So
Yeah, it's very simple. So you just reach out to a realtor, and the first thing you'll do, reach out to a realtor, or you can get pre-qualified with a bank or a lender to see how much you qualify for. Because you'll know how much you can afford to buy your home. Your location, how much can you afford, what kind of house you looking for, and you reach out to a realtor. As soon as the bank tell you you qualify for 200, 300, you start looking in that price range, and let the realtor know exactly what you need or what you want, what you're looking for, and they'll send you listing. You don't, you have to go look at no house. And some of my houses that I close on, I'll be at work, and the realtor, she's over there doing the walk, and she's sending picture. There's a little crack here, and and I would say, a lot of them, you never even walk the house. You just close on it, and then later on, you're like,
like you have a good team. You have a good team of people that do you go to the same realtor all the time, or do you have several realtors?
I just work with two realtor. Yeah, about four, four
Multiple
from one, and then two from another. Yeah,
and
so
they
I
know what you
pretty
want.
much stick to the same. Yes, so I have a good relationship with them. So
That's good. That's very important, I think.
it is very important. Very
Right. They can read your mind. They can know what you want.
exactly. Yes.
Um, Mrs. B. Finesse, love your wisdom, she says. You are,
Thank you.
I really, really like this. I know I made a good choice here. Dropping gems, she drops gems, says Professor Black Ops. Right.
Yeah,
Indeed.
and then you can have two 401k loan out at once. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know you can borrow. you can take a personal loan out on your against your 401k, and you can take a residential loan out at, you know, so you can have two loans at once. You know, the second time I called to borrow from my 401k, because the first time I took 8,000 out and I'm paying that one. And when I call and I tell the guy I need $21,000 out, he said, no, you already have an outstanding loan. You can't get another one. I said, can I get your supervisor? You can have two loans. And he went and come back. I'm like, oh yeah, you can have two.
Wow, that's good. Again, a gem that we wouldn't have known. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I bought my first house on land contract. The owner was the bank for me.
Oh, that's cool. Never used that before. Land contract. Hmm.
See, this is stuff that I just don't know nothing of, so I can admit that for sure. Um,
It's good to know. Thank you.
yes, Baby says blessed. All right, so
Thank
let's
you.
talk a little bit, Matt. So we've talked about the steps that it takes to buy a house. Here's a question for you. Let's say you're retired and you don't necessarily have a traditional income coming in because you have investments and stuff that you're living off.
Uh-huh.
Can you still apply for can you still apply for a mortgage?
Alone?
Yeah, loan, mortgage.
Yes, you can still apply for a loan, because the thing is I use these houses as income. So I file them every year on my tax return. So they're income. So
Oh,
they pay for themselves and they're bringing in income. So
right.
yes. So that's why we get to scale our business so quick, because each of them is an income and we file them every year. So it shows that you making that money.
Yeah.
And and that's a lot of thing when I watch a lot of thing, and they said, with real estate you have a lot of write off. You can write off a lot of stuff. I don't write off nothing. I don't write off a lot. I bought an AC unit for 6,500 last year. I did write that one off, but I don't do a lot of write off, because if you do a lot of write off, it's not gonna show enough income that you can afford another one. So you have to look into that when you're doing your write offs, because I don't do a lot of write off. I know I leave a lot of money on the table, but it gives me more leverage. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. So
Wow.
So I
Mm,
hear a lot of time people talk about a lot of write off. You can write this off, you can write that off. I keep it simple. I don't want to write nothing off. I wanted to show that I'm making a lot, so I can get a lot, a big
right.
loan or more. So that's how we scale our business real fast. If you write off a lot, it's gonna show that you're not making no money on the house.
That's so interesting because for the most part, people always say, "Oh, you can write all this stuff off,"
Yeah,
but who's looking at it from your point of view? I've
I
never
don't
heard
do write off.
anybody talk about it like that before. They're not going to hit the write off. They're not going to do
No,
that.
no. Because it's
Interesting.
showing you, you lost a lot of this profit and loss. Yeah, I don't lose nothing. I'm gaining. So we scale real quick, and that's how we scale real fast, because it's showing I'm making all this money. I'm not writing off nothing. So it showed the house is generating income. So when I go to the bank and I show them everything, they said, okay, you qualify for this. I'm like, okay. I owe the bank almost $1 million right now.
Well, that's a different way of thinking from the Dave Ramsey days, right?
Yes, I
Oh,
know. And that's what I get from Robert Kiyosaki. He's like, everybody have debt, good debt and bad debt. So, I want to, yes.
yeah. So welcome, wealth engineering stopping through. Um, Mrs. B Finesse says, keep it simple. Absolutely. Um,
Yep. Very simple.
yes, 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 yes. Mrs. B Finesse, hey, I see you doing great work in these YouTube streets. Yeah, man. Mrs. B Finesse is killing it. 3 days a week, 1
And
p.m. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I
okay.
usually try to catch it. This week has been busy for me, but I popped in just to say hi. But I know that I'm going to catch up at the weekends, or usually during the night. I'll put it on, and it will help me to get to sleep, and then I'll replay when I miss parts. But you can't afford to miss those shows. So this week, just drop this in. This week, Mrs. B Finesse, for those who are new to these YouTube streets, had on the lead attorney, not yesterday or today or Monday. She had
Yesterday.
the lead attorney on, and also Suzette Speaks this week alone. So some heavy hitters, some big people, man, on the Mrs. B Finess's channel. And wealth engineering, he's been doing the most this week, man. Wealth engineering has been doing shows
He is. He's the online grandpa.
on crypto, guys. Crypto information
He
is
is.
so important, guys. Amazing, amazing content. All of these YouTubers here all have great, great, great channels. So I appreciate you all. So let's talk about now you as a property manager. What do you do as a property manager? If I don't already know.
He is a property manager. I manage a lot. I manage all the finances. I manage all the bills. And all the I'm like the maintenance guy too, or maintenance girl. All the repairs and all the toilets and stuff. I got a plunge toilet.
I
But
saw you.
it's,
I saw you do a video where you were unplugging an AC unit or something.
oh yes. And I learned it on YouTube.
See, you see again, guys. She learned this stuff on YouTube. How to unplug an AC unit
Yes. Uh-huh. The
by
drain pipe. Oh,
YouTube
that's the drain pipe.
University. You can learn anything you want on YouTube.
Anything. So true. It is. Everything is there.
Well done, well done. Yesterday TLA, Suzette today, and Candid and Monday. Health Talk. Appreciate your support, guys. Absolutely. That's one of the shows that I don't like to miss at all. You know, I feel like if I miss them, I miss a lot. And property manager manage the property. Very funny. Wealth engineering, very funny. But I'm talking about the level of this young lady. She goes and she researches how to do these projects, flushing the AC unit. I don't know how many people do that as a woman as well. You know, so you don't let anything stop you.
No, you can't.
And then you also bring your kids from time to time to help you with stuff.
Yes, they help me a lot. They help me a lot.
And the fact that there's so much involved, it's teaching them not just by what you're saying, but what you're doing. It's clear that you know they have an example to follow. So I'm so impressed with that. All right, guys. You think that we finished? We've got one more area. We've got a couple of more areas that I want to touch on today.
Okay.
But I want to give you guys a chance to really enjoy the show. We're gonna just play a few seconds of a little bit of music. I'm trying to just shake it up a little bit, break it up a little bit.
Okay.
I see my sponsors on the show. I'm gonna just play a little bit of music, and we're gonna come back. I'm gonna talk about life insurance, and we're gonna talk about health as being your wealth. All right. Now don't go too far, guys. Get yourself a drink, get yourself comfortable. We're gonna come back and listen to some music while we're gonna, you know, you maybe want to just grab yourself some water or drink or go to the bathroom or something. We're gonna just play a little bit of music, guys. All right, here we go. Guys. Can you hear the music, guys? Can you hear the music? Are we good, guys? Are we good? How is everybody doing? Welcome back to MJ Live. Thank you for sticking around for that little commercial break. How is everybody feeling? How is everybody feeling tonight? Ah. Miss Beefiness says, oh, music. Okay, let's jam. Okay, wealth engineering. My wife is the handy woman in the house. That says wealth engineering. Yeah, give me some love in the chats if you're enjoying the show so far. Give me some love in the chats, especially for our guest, Lashus journey. We're listening to her journey here. Wealth engineering, Miss Venus. Are you two following me? He's here getting followers. LOL. Glad to see you guys here. Oh, that's she stole my thunder. Yeah, let's all follow each other, guys. Hey, Kurt Russell, welcome, welcome. Um, yes, it sounds great, awesome, guys. So happy that you're here. Good vibes, good vibes. Samantha, I will join your channel. I need to put my baby to bed. It was great information. I was able to take 2 pages of notes. Wow, so far. Good night to all. You see, guys, I actually forgot to mention that at the beginning. I was going to say, get your notepads out. But listen, if you know good information, you don't need me to tell you. You don't need me to tell you to get your notebooks out. So that is so great that she's made a lot of notes. I love that. I love that so much. Special thanks to our sponsor, Carl Sinclair from Sin Tech Cooling. Appreciate your support. Special shout out to Shayla for your support. Let me check my phone to see if I got any more new sponsors. big shout out to sponsor MSE Network, megasourceentertainment.com. You can find out shows on there, a lot of great information, and they also do digital marketing services, a lot of services. Big shout out to our sponsor, American Roots of Jamaican Music, produced by Eugene Gray on December 12th, 7 p.m. Eastern in Fort Lauderdale. Visit rootsofjamaica.org/events. If you're in South Florida and you're in the Fort Lauderdale area, check that out. It's a really great show. And big shout out to Lashus Journey, one of my early sponsors. Let me just check my phone to see if I got any new sponsors coming through. Let me see. Let me see. Let me take a look at this thing here. Hmm. Okay. It's all right. Not a problem. The show must go on. How you guys feeling? Are you enjoying the show, guys? Let me know in the chat. Are you enjoying Lasha's journey and all her knowledge that she's sharing? All self-taught, completely self-taught, guys. Ah, I love it. I love it. So, Wealth Journey, she stole my thunder. Yes, I'm subscribed to you. She stole my thunder. Lashes Journey. Yes, you definitely happy. You definitely happy to see you here. I need to put this on replay. You better
Thank you.
believe it. Yeah, so Luscious Journey has a playlist of about, I don't know, 12, 15 videos, all of them very, very, really short. Um, you should listen to all of them. You should listen to all of them, especially I'm sorry that Samantha had left, but all of them, it goes into much more detail how to open up a Fidelity account, all of these different things. Her information is on point, guys. You've got to check it out. Go to Luscious Journey. It's as simple as that with the spelling of her name, Lashus, Luscious Journey, and you can find her YouTube channel. All right. Da, 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 da. SO to the sponsors. SO. I'm not sure what that means. She stole my thunder. LOL. Yes, I am following you to hear more of that French accent. You both have French accents, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. They both have. Love the show. Thank you so much, guys. Great info, criminality online. I'm so happy that you are finding this useful. Who is this one before? We have no accent. No, not to know how to. We have no excuse not to know how to do stuff now. YouTube can teach us anything. It taught me how to invest. Wow. You know
Yeah.
all that right? The YouTube. I have no accent. Okay, okay, we're gonna get on this again. The only accent that counts is Melissa's. We all have accents, man. I have an English accent. Lashus has a Jamaican, Jamaican accent. We have French
I don't
accents.
know what it is.
We have American accents in here. We have all sorts of different accents from depending on where you come from, guys. We're all a big mixture of different cultures and stuff. All right, so now let us talk about why life insurance is important. And is this a way of building wealth?
For me, yes, it is very important because when you never know. You never know when you're gonna leave this earth. So you gotta make sure you have things in place. So, for instance, like your primary resident, you don't leave your family in you know, more pain because they're already mourning the loss of you, and then to worry about money, or they're gonna bury you or stuff like that. A lot of time you see people pass away, and the first thing you see is GoFundMe. I don't like that. I never GoFundMe. It's embarrassing to me. It is to see, GoFundMe and stuff like that. So we have to make sure we have to do better. Make sure we leaving things in place so our family can, be secure after we're gone. If you have a house payment, at least make that life insurance, the policy where it covers that house payment, whether it's 100, 200, or 3, 4, 500,000. It's not that expensive. It's not that expensive. It's worth it. You never know. So it's very, very important.
It's very important. You're right. When you see those GoFundmes, it's like,
I
didn't
know.
somebody think about this? It is embarrassing. Unfortunately, it happens too often. And why not put these things into place? A friend of ours recently
Mhm.
passed away, and uh, they must have been having some issues with finding money or whatever because the daughter immediately the following couple of weeks decided to put out insurance on uh, other family members to make sure that she doesn't go through that again. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
very important,
That-
and that's what the wealthy people do. The wealthy people have insurance. They're always leaving stuff to their children, loved ones, and that's how to keep the money in the family.
In the family, exactly.
You see,
Yes.
it's not that expensive.
Yeah. And that's what I tell my kids are, my husband, if I, God forbid I go before him, or the kids, I said, do not sell anything. Don't sell land. Don't sell property. Don't sell, do whatever you have to do, but do not sell. That's how you're going to keep the wealth in the family. That's how you're going to, build generational wealth, real estate. You just continue, acquiring it. You don't sell it, no matter what. Don't sell. We're
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
selling. Yeah.
So when you, let's just say, for the future, all of your assets, all of your property is going to go to uh your children.
Yeah.
Have you already
Have a
planned out
will.
how it's going
Yes.
to be?
Yes. We already have a will. And
Oh,
man,
okay.
yes, and I already, yes, we already, and my husband, we already discussed it and everything. All the baby, it, everybody, everything already discussed and everything. We have a will and everything because, a lot of time, and you don't like hear when I talk about stuff like this. He's like, "Why are you talking like that?" I'm like, anything can happen, So we have to make sure, I don't want to burn. I want to bury. Bury me. I don't want you to burn my body, and stuff like that. So I make sure I leave things in place.
Yes.
You
Yes.
never know.
Yeah.
So everything is in place, and the more we add to it, the more we have to go back in and adjust.
Right.
And the
Right.
more we have more, because I just have a new baby, 3 months. So his name wasn't on nothing. So we have to go here and get him taken care of, So, and I think as parents, or, that's our duty to make sure, or, they're taken care of. Even though, I want my kids to buy a house and buy land, and it's gonna be better for them. They keep buying now. They'll sit around and wait on mine because I'm gonna go live my life too. I stop working. I'm gonna go traveling. I'm gonna go live life. So
Yeah.
I need them to buy too. So I'm teaching them all this. All the knowledge. I'm teaching them how to get more. So it's gonna be good later on, man. It's gonna be good. When I get to 80, 90, it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
put me in a nursing home. I tell them, do not put me in a nursing home. I might go back and read my will.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked a little bit on a previous show, but you're right. No, his wealth engineering says, Lashus journey, but you look so young. Why are you thinking about death?
Because that's the only thing that is sure.
Death and taxes. Death and taxes, right? Death and taxes, is sure.
I know. That's what I know. And that's what they said a lot of times. They don't like it. But it's reality, it's
Yeah.
reality, I have a brother that passed away at 28, So, you never know. And it
Never
just
know.
shows you a fragile life. Life is very fragile. And, we just thank God for, for blessing me, for giving me the opportunity to come to America to help my family. Because growing up, that was my biggest thing, just helping my family, you know. And I did it, and I'm proud of myself, Um, I'm I'm where I want to be. I don't want to be rich. I just want to be wealthy. I want a good health, and that's be able to take care of my family and travel. I like Disney World and Universal Studio. I'm going there, and I'm going back there in like 2 weeks time. I just came back like 2 weeks ago. I can live it.
You're a big kid. You're a big kid at heart. But do you go on those? Do you go on all the high stuff, or you just take pictures? You just take videos,
I just
guys. You gotta go and see her videos of her. Was it your daughter, your husband?
yeah.
Uh, one of those rides, screaming her head off. You gotta go. You gotta go check it out, guys. It's fun.
I know.
So we got a little bit to go yet, guys. We're gonna talk about a few more things.
Very
Um,
soon.
when you bury someone, you feed the plants and the bugs down there. You live on in them. You live on in them bugs. I think it's great.
Got me growing.
Beautiful. Sorry. Wow. Sorry for the loss. You never know what
Yeah.
like what I. You never know like you say. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like my
Yeah.
brother that passed away at 28. Uh-huh.
Yeah. But wealth engineering, I'm sure he's pulling our leg here. Really, I'm sure he's not really serious because he has a family, and I'm sure you're
Yeah.
also putting into place
Yes.
ways how you are going to look after your family if you're not around. All right, because especially if you have a family, you have to think about those things. If you're not self-insured, have you heard of the term self-insured, Lasha?
Self-insured.
Yeah, have you heard of that term?
Self-insured. No, I
If
know
you're
life
if you if you
insurance.
have enough what's the word, assets or money or whatever to
Hmm.
to bury somebody without you having to necessarily need insurance. Let's just say
Hmm.
you had $1 million
Oh,
without having to, you know.
oh, that's what it means. Okay, I've never
Yeah,
heard of it.
yeah.
Self-insured.
Um, so Kajo Barnett, could you come over to YouTube, please? Could you come over to the YouTube channel? Come over to YouTube. Blessings and one love to you as well. Come over to YouTube. All right. So we talked about stocks, bonds, mutual funds, index funds, Roth IRA, 401k, real estate, life insurance. I know that you're also thinking about land, or
Yes.
you do have a build going on. Let's talk about your thoughts about having land in the future and
Yeah.
about this build that's actually going on right now.
Okay. So right now we're discussing land. We're looking at land. As soon as we close on this property, we see a piece of land that we're gonna buy. We're just gonna buy it and sit on it. We're not gonna build nothing right now. We're gonna buy it out in the country. It's here though, but out in the country. So that's what we're gonna do next year for 2020. And also I set goals. I have a book that I write everything down. Like at the first of the year, we'll plan and I'll say, okay, we're gonna buy two property this year, or one, or three. So every year I usually step it up, because as I tell you, I start 2018 and I'm at six. So we this year we said we're gonna do two, and stuff like that. I have a new bill going on, so that kind of delay a lot of stuff because we put it on the contract in January and now it's November. So it was set to complete in August. So because of the pandemic, it's a lot of which it's a lot with a new bill. It's a lot of permit they have to pull, and a lot of the city they have to wait on. So a new bill is it can be stressful with a
Mm,
new bill because it's a lot of delays, and when you're looking for the deadline, that's not going to be the deadline when it's going to be done.
mm,
It's so we the deadline is December 15th. So they said it's I went there today, the door is on, the windows are in, so things looking good. Hopefully we close December 15th and I can get tenant in there. There's an Airbnb, and that's it. But with a new bill, it's a lot of delay, and it's a lot of you got to make sure and you check those clauses and stuff like that. It's so if they said it's going to complete August, don't look for it to complete in August. We're going in 2022. Let's see. But
mm.
new bill is it's a little more.
When did they say it was supposed to be finished?
August 15.
Oh, it was supposed to be August, and it's looking more like December.
And then they did the contract again. Then they said October 30th. Then October coming past, it said December 15th. Let's see if December 15th, because right now it's kind of holding us back. It's holding me back because you can't do nothing because you're under contract, and this you can't get another loan because it will cancel out this loan. So a lot of deal I see a lot of deal pass by, and because I'm tied up over here, I can't do nothing. So I just have to watch it go by. So I don't think it's really a mistake, because I really like this one because it's no association. All my unit, all the houses, they come with association fee, HOA. So this one is no HOA. So that's what I like about this one.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha.
mhm.
But with the HOA, um, because don't they take care of a lot of the stuff that you wouldn't have to as a property manager?
Yes, the HOA take care of the lawn, they take care of the pool, the gym, they take care of everything, and their the painting outside the building, on because I have two of them is condo, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, two of them. So on the condo, the HOA is a lot. It's like 350 every month for one of them. But they, they take care of the grounds for the pool, the lawn, the gym. And then so with a condo now, you don't own the outside of the building. The HOA own the outside of the building.
Right.
You only own the inside.
Yes, that's true.
So you're responsible for everything inside. They do everything outside, the roof, everything. So
Yeah.
it's a give and take.
Yeah,
That's good.
that's
I can
good.
live with that. Yeah. So
Let's welcome Adrian Nash. Welcome, Adrian Nash. We're talking finances, generational wealth here. Good to have you with us. So thankful for that you're here. Um, and I think somebody just said that where was that? Mm, 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 mm. I thought I saw that somebody. Yeah, that's it. Criminality Online says, just
thank you.
to Lashus journey, I need this knowledge. I started in the stock area later. I wish I'd started when I was young.
That's fine. Never too late to start. That's good you're in.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that's
you
good.
said that about real estate, right? Or you said that about was it about real estate? Or you said that
Well,
about something.
stock. I think
Stocks.
that was the stocks. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I do a lot of stock. I trade every day. I buy a lot. And a lot of days I'm home, I'm trading. I bought Lucid yesterday. It's a car company. It's just like Tesla. The cars are nicer than Tesla. This is not a financial advice or nothing. This is just me doing me.
Look at you, girl. I'm so impressed.
Yes, it's just yeah. Yeah, and I make a lot of money in the stock market over in the pandemic. Yeah, I made a lot of money. I used to do day trading, buy and sell stock. But day trading, it's like gambling. It's too much hustle. I want to relax. You have to look when it's going down. You have to be reading the chart and all that. So I did it. I make money in there. It's cool. Yeah, you have to pay capital gain on it. Every money that you make. So I'm more in the wealth. So long term.
Long term.
Yeah.
All right, guys. If you haven't already hit the like button, please hit the like button. And
But thank you for what's his name again? Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
that
Thank you.
was Criminality Online. That's a she. That's a she.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Criminality Online. Appreciate you.
Yeah, she's been on my panel a couple of times before. Um, let me just take a look. We got some good likes. We got 19 likes. We've got um 10 people watching this time. So even after
Awesome.
the show's finished, do share this because there's so much.
Did you froze? Hey guys, can you hear me? I think we lost Melissa for a little bit. But as I was saying, it's so easy to acquire real estate. It is not hard. It is so simple. Just a FHA loan, your first property, and as long as you have the financing, I would go big for the first one. It's not a financial advice, but it's good to get a fourplex if you can make your first property a fourplex. That would be good if you can make your first property a triplex or a fourplex because it's going to be a big purchase, but you're going to put less down because it's only 3%, 3.5% you'll have to put down. So with a FHA loan, you can get a single family, a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex. So
Look, I get kicked out of my own stream. Look at
you
that.
did. I was here chatting away,
I love
but I
it.
figured something happened.
You
So I was just saying.
out, man. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we're having technical issues today with the. I had a power cut. We had two power cuts today,
Oh,
and then
really?
the internet has been off and on all day. So you're doing so well. You're doing so well. I can hear you. Says wealth engineering. Let's see what we missed. How much did you need as a down payment to get that loan? Did you answer that already?
No, not yet. On the loan on the FHA, you just need 3.5% down. My three point the first property I bought, it was a 153. So that wasn't much I have to come up with. with closing and everything, it probably was like 7,000. So it wasn't much, the first one. And today that property that I bought for 153, today it's way over 300,000.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Well
And
done.
we bought another one for 154, it's way over 300. We bought one for 200, it's way over 400. Everything is doubling in price.
Prices are pretty decent, or at least they were then.
The
Um,
prices,
can I still get property for that price now, or they're all that up?
they all went up.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
missed
they
it.
all went up. A lot of people do flip where you buy from you can buy from a wholesaler, but then you're gonna have to do a lot of work in there, fix it up and stuff. You can get property like that, but no, that I need to get to the cash flow like right now.
No, you said
Yeah.
turnkey, right? Um, I'm going to have to wind this back and pick up all those pearls of wisdom. For real, Adrian. There's a lot of good stuff here, and this is from somebody who is self-taught. That's the most impressive thing, is that she's just self-taught just a few years now. Hey, Shelley Charles, how you doing, my dear? Yes, I am. I'm a her, she. I guess you have to be specific these days. I love. Yes. Right. People don't know because with a name like criminality online, I guess maybe just people just assume that
Yeah.
still
Yes, it went up.
see it's a male. I don't know. Whoa, 153 K. I missed seeing real estate this low, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I bought a couple of them, probably like four of them in that price range, but not anymore. They're gone. They're gone.
Wow. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
How
In
long
fact,
how long ago was that when the property was 153?
2018.
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
2019 as well, because I bought another one for 154, and it was yeah, same 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Yeah. So 2018, 2019.
Yeah, these things go in cycles, folks. So it's probably going to go back down again. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it probably.
When the stock when the market all crashes.
Yeah, and a lot of people selling their house now, because even my neighbor, they said they bought theirs for like 190, and now it's going for 450. They sell the house and move away down to Orlando too.
Okay, so we spoke about everything. We spoke about stocks, bonds, mutual funds, index
Yeah,
funds, Roth IRA, 401k, land, real estate, and life
fun machine.
insurance.
Hmm.
We even talked a little bit about just being prepared and wills, and
Yeah,
I think you may have mentioned something about trust. Have you spoken about trust at all?
a trust fund.
Trust
No,
funds? Have you spoken about that on your channel?
no, not too much. Not
Okay.
too much. I bought a house through from a trust fund one time.
You brought a house from a trust fund.
Yeah, one of my houses that I bought, it was from a trust fund.
What do you
That
mean? Did somebody leave a trust to you?
No, not to me. I guess it leave to that family member, and they sell it through the trust fund. No, not to me. It was
Oh,
like a regular. Yeah.
okay, so
uh-uh.
again,
Nothing was inherit. Nothing. I wish somebody would leave me something.
right?
I think when you work for it, you value it. You value it more. I think so.
Right. That's
Yeah.
like 2 years ago. Man, I need to move to the US, says wealth engineer. He's in Canada. She stole my thunder. When I moved to with me, Lashus Journey. As a property manager, do you have to worry about snakes in the grass? We talked about this yesterday, right? Snakes.
I'm scared of snakes. I do worry. I'm not cutting the lawn. I'll cut the lawn myself because of the snake. I would cut it. I try cutting it sometime, but then I remember about the snake. I leave it.
What did you eat today at Professional Black Ops? Professor Black Ops. I'm good in MTL,
Yeah.
Montreal, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust fund lady. Kareem. wealth engineering, and she's talking about America. America is full. We have no room for you Montreal folks here. Um, I do want to talk about one other thing, which we you and I were engaged in yesterday. Criminality online. There, it's been forever since I've seen you. So now we have people coming in the chats right now, and and that's cool. I love it. I love it. So please hit the like button, and if you can, just feel free to share. I'm gonna share one tip. I'm gonna share one tech tip. So let me go ahead and put that one tech tip up. And we're gonna finish with something that Lashus and I started yesterday, and I'm gonna invite you guys to be a part of what we started yesterday. All right. So I'm gonna give you one little tip, which is gonna be this one. All right, we're going to share this one tip for you guys. Now, we all have YouTube channels and we're all trying to promote our YouTube channels as much as we can. There is one little tip on how we can share our YouTube channels really fast to all of our contacts in our phones. If we're not already doing so, you may already be doing this. When you
So
carry
true, Adrian.
you learn to value every drop, says Adrian
So
Nash.
true. Yes, so true.
She's my thunder wealth engineer. I think Kareem may be salty about not being able to speak French. These people in our chat rooms, oh, they're just. Shelly Sweet Shells. I heard when you purchase with a FHA loan, you can't rent it for a year. Is that valid?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you can rent it. Yes, you can rent it for a year. Well, with my FHA, it's rented right now because when I went back to the bank and I told them my house is smaller, so I need a bigger. It's too small. I need a bigger property. They said I have to get it rent. Make sure I get a tenant in there and show them the lease so I can move on to a different property with 5% down, conventional. So I rent it and move on. I refinanced that one too.
And even though you hadn't had it for a year, you were able to do it.
That one I had for yeah, I had that one over a year.
Oh, you had.
I
Oh,
did.
okay.
Hmm. Yeah.
But
But
the key thing here is just to ask questions. It's like you just ask the question, and at first
yeah,
they said no, but after they gave you the stipulations, you're able to
yeah.
fulfill. It
And
works.
that's the thing. That's how a lot of people get wealthy because this house that we bought, this 4 bedroom 3 bath, like a year ago, and we live here for a little over a year. So right now we're thinking about moving because I get a 5%. I put 5% conventional loan, so it's already been a year. So me and my husband, we looking at a different house. So that's how we plan on doing it. We're gonna live here for a year, live here for the amount of time, then we move on. So there is creative way you can get creative. That's how a lot of people stay wealthy and get wealthy, but they don't share with us. They don't tell us. They act like they put 20% down on every property. No, we don't. We can't come up with 20% for every property. We live here. We follow the rule and the guidelines, and yeah.
I love it. You're so smart. You're so smart. I love it. Um, Listen to this guy. I've heard him say this before. I don't know why I like it when Millissa says tech tips. Tips. Here are your tech tips for today. I don't know why you like that so much. You got to tell me. I don't know why. It's not even going to be tech tips anymore. My show is going to be called Talk and Tech. It's going to be called Talk and Tech now. Every week I'm changing it, but it's going to be Talk and Tech because people like to talk. And
Yeah.
we're giving tips alone. People are like, whatever. I can get tips from YouTube if I want. But, so I'm going to call the show Talk and Tips. No longer it's going to be tech tips. Well, all right. It's going to be talk and tips. Talk and tips. Oh Lord. Adrian, a salad and shrimp T-bone. Okay.
And then with the question before, if you get a duplex, the a good way to do it is get a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex where you live in one side and you rent out all those units. Yeah. So if you can come up with a down payment for a duplex or a triplex or a fourplex, do it. Get a family member, come in as a partner.
That's a good idea.
So that's a good way to do it too. So you can live there, so you can rent that right off the bat. So
yes.
That's
Yeah.
another way you
A
can
friend
do
of
it.
mine told me about that too.
Mhm.
Anthony Barnett, welcome to the show. Do you have to have high credit score to invest in real estate or buy a home?
No, you don't. Your credit score 580 and above, you can get a loan.
580 and above. Yes,
Yeah.
guys. There's a lot of great gems that our guest Lashus Journey has shared to us with us today. You're gonna have to watch this from the beginning, and also check out Lashus Journey's YouTube channel. She has a playlist of all of her investing videos. Um, I showed her a tech tip recently, and she put that list together, so you'll be able to see all the tech tips. No, I'm just joking. I'm just playing with wealth engineering, but you'll be able to see all of her investing videos all in one playlist. So they're going to go one to the other. You don't have to. They're not going to go onto somebody else's channel, which I think everybody has to have a playlist on their channels. Let's see. She stole my thunder. Let's see.
And another way you can and the reason why my 19-year-old was able to purchase a home right now is because of his credit score. The thing is, if you have a friend or a family member, put them as an authorized user on your credit card. As soon as they get to 18, right through the gate, they come out with he come out with a higher score than mine. He come out with a 800 credit score. I'm like, how did that happen? Yeah. So you can have people as what I do. I had family member on my credit card as authorized user. It's legal and it's in guideline. You had them as a authorized user. You don't get a credit card for them. The bank gonna ask, do you want me to send you a card for that person? No, I don't want a card for them. I just want to have them as an authorized user. They don't have to be a family member. I put daughter-in-laws on there. I put my cousin on my credit as authorized user. I add them. It just give them a great credit score as, 3,
Wow.
4, 5, 6 months. Yeah.
It
So
gives.
if you don't,
They don't have to. They don't have to have a card. They don't have to be spending anything. Like it's just a part of your.
yeah,
As
they're just on your credit. Yeah.
really good.
Just
Wow.
call the bank and have them. Don't send a card. That's it. So
Uh,
there's
wow.
ways to build your credit card.
Credit score.
Credit
That's
score.
great.
Credit score.
That's a great tip there. Another good nugget, guys. Another great nugget. We're going to talk about something. We're going to do two more things before we leave tonight. That sounds yummy. They're talking about what they've had to eat today. Now you're making me hungry, guys. I was on your ladies' live yesterday,
Oh, thank you.
and oh yes, it was Criminality Line. You was you was there while we was walking.
I have a lot of bread watching you too
I,
walking.
we talked about that too, right? You get tired of just
I know.
watching. Sometimes when I'm watching well, what's his name? Um, Fitness United Fitness.
Uh,
He's on his bike. I'm getting tired just watching him. But we're gonna be working out alongside him soon too. Absolutely, guys. Yes. So two more things to do tonight. Just gonna go through these chats, and then we're gonna get to the tech tip for the day. He played with me. You guys are having some fun in the chats here. Very smart young lady. Blessings. Absolutely. You
oh,
know
thank
what?
you. I don't know
I,
nothing about tech.
I'm so impressed. You will
Thank
soon. You're so
Thank you.
impressed with this young lady, and I
Thanks.
had to have her on my show. Have you used hard money yet in any deals?
Not yet. So I'm using all my resources or all my creative way of funding. So hard money lender is the next one I'm looking into, but I haven't got to hard money yet because I'm still using up these 401k and still coming up with a little down payment. So I'm still floating. But as soon as I exhaust all revenues, I'm gonna definitely turn to hard money. So yes, I've never used it before, but I'm coming there soon.
Okay. Thanks for the knowledge. Each one teach one,
It's
says
so true.
Anthony
Yes.
Barnett. Thank you so much, Anthony. Uh, yeah, that's a story we'll have to dive deep on next time. That's to carrying career. Um, let's have a look at this one. Yes, most definitely. What are you guys talking about? Hard money is only 5.4%.
Oh, really? That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Hey, Professor Backups. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick tech tip for wealth engineering. He likes to hear me say tech tip. Here's a very quick tech tip for just getting the word out to all of your contacts in your phone, real quick, or real quick, guys, real quick. All right, check this out, guys. Oh, I got to turn the audio back up.
Hey guys, here is a quick demonstration of how to use the broadcast feature in WhatsApp. So, just going to open up WhatsApp, go to the three little dots over here, click on New Broadcast. Then just select a few people, and you can actually select up to 256 people. So for this test, I'm going to just select a few and hit the green check mark. After that, I can go into my broadcast list info and actually change the name of this list. So I'm going to just change this to test list and hit OK. And I can actually continue adding people to the list just by clicking this green button here or this button up here. So just click there and add a few more people. And again, I can add up to 256 people. So once I'm ready to send my message, I can just type my message in, add an attachment, take a picture or whatever, and send the message off. But I'm not going to do this right now. But the beauty of using the broadcast feature is that when the recipient receives the message, it looks like it's coming from you, and it doesn't look like they are part of a list of 256 people. It looks like it's just coming from you. And the best thing about it is when they reply, they only reply to you. And I would just advise you, don't overuse this feature. Don't send messages every day, every hour, because people will start to tune them out. One other thing that you can do is to save this list to your desktop. To do that, just click on the three little dots there, click on More, click Add Shortcut, and hit Add. And that will add it to your phone's desktop so you can get to this list easy the next time around. Now, to go ahead and delete this list, all you need to do is go back to the main list area, hold your finger down on the list, and then click on the little bin icon, and the list is deleted.
Okay, guys. Okay. That
Good
is
stuff.
tech tip for the day. Let me just make sure that is down. All right. So, what do you think of that, guys? Did you find that tech tip useful?
Yes, very useful. I know nothing about tech.
Have you used it yet?
Not yet, because I'm scared. But I watch it a lot of time. I'm gonna watch the video again.
Yeah. Try it out by just creating a list of one or two people who who you can, if it does go wrong, at least you can say, you know what, I'll
Yeah.
sort something out. But again, every time I'm about to do my show, at least the day before, I'll send the list to uh, three lists of 256, however many that is. Who can do calculations? 3 times 256. I send it out to my entire full list of my contacts. So some people love to receive the messages, obviously, and some people were like, yeah, I'm not interested in Melissa's show. You know what I mean? So it just depends. It's a good way of getting the word out quickly. Now, I was doing a fundraiser last year. No, yeah, no, this year, August, and by sending that, thank you, Wealth Engineering,
What is
very
this? 772?
168 people for how many people that is, sent it in one time. What was I going to say? I was doing a fundraiser and I was able to send out the messages quickly to all of my contact list. And by doing it that way, I was actually actually was able to reach a lot more people quicker than if I was to have to call them on the phone to ask for the donations. It's for kids in Jamaica. Actually, you might be even familiar with it. Palace, the Peace and Love Academic Scholarship. We raise funds for education every year. I've been doing it for about 5 or 6 years now. But this year was the best year because I was using that feature on WhatsApp. Every other year, it was a lot less because I'd have to call people individually, asking them for donations. But this year was a great year. We raised a lot of money for these young people in Jamaica. All right. So, any more questions for Lashus Journey on the financial wealth building side? Or do I have your permission to go over to our final thing, which is thank you for the tech tips, says Adrian Nash. Cheers. All right. Let me see. I'm going to pull up one other image. I'm going to talk about one last thing because wealth comes in different formats. So this was a couple of outstanding things that I might have for you. Can you explain what compound interest means to you, Lashus? What does compound interest mean for you?
Compound interest is where you make your money stay there and grow more money, make more money. Like just put your money, invest your money, and it's just making money. You don't even have to do anything. It's just compounding. So it's a generation.
Right.
Generation of wealth.
And I think we did speak about assets and liabilities, but could you just give us the quick definition? What's the difference between assets and liabilities?
Okay. The simple way I'm gonna tell you, just like I tell my kids, asset is something that puts money in your pocket. Liability is something that takes money out of your pocket. So anything taking money away from you, that's a liability. You don't need it. you need money to be coming in, not leaving you. So as simple as that. I keep it simple.
You keep it simple, absolutely.
I keep it simple. Yeah.
You also mentioned on one of your videos, what kills generational wealth? What
Greed.
kills generational wealth?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. Good, great question. That's a great question. Greed, because a lot of time you generational wealth. You leave something for them, and they fight over it, sell it, and it's just all about greed. That's the biggest killer in our generation. Because a lot of time, somebody you inherit something, and the first thing you look to do is to go sell it because you can get some cash. You don't leave it there to grow or continue contribute to it. You just so greed is a no. You can't be greedy.
Yeah,
that's a generational wealth killer. Greed.
that will kill it, right?
Yeah.
That will kill it because some people would rather leave their wealth to their cat or their dog instead of leaving it to their family, and they want to bury it with them. Just don't be so good. Share it, man. Share it.
I still can't get that one.
Welcome back. It's good to have you back again. I am in California, and it's 7:34. What are you doing in California? Oh, I didn't know you was in California. This picture of you, I don't have this picture of you. I don't recognize that picture. Okay, let's see. You mentioned okay, you mentioned reinvesting. Talk about reinvesting. Oh, did she freeze? Okay. I think you're frozen, or is it me? I hope it's not me. You're there you go.
I think it's me. It's my mic. It was mute. I tell you, I don't know nothing about this tech stuff. I'm not techie. I couldn't even find a button to unmute myself.
You don't need to be, man. You don't need to be. You're an investor.
That's funny. Okay, what was the question again? I forget. This mic.
Reinvesting. You talked about the importance of reinvesting.
Yes, reinvesting is it's very important because, for instance, okay, the money that I make, I'm very simple. The money that I make from real estate, I don't use it. I had a 9 to 5, so I was working my 9 to 5. But the money that I make in my real estate, I reinvest. I use it to buy more property. So even my my dividend paying stock, I just use it to buy more stock. I just reinvest it. So that's reinvesting. You just continue buying more, acquiring more property with that money that I make, the cash that I'm making from the real estate. I just keep buying more, and that's reinvesting, and that's what I've been doing. I'm not and I live a frugal life, very frugal.
Another thing we have
Frugality is the best.
another thing we have in common.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've had all the questions. Do we have any more questions for Lashus regarding the wealth building side of things? Let's see, what's this? Yes, I did live stream about Gladys Knight's son messing up on the family business and having to sue him from taking her name off the business. I'll have to go back and check that.
That sound like greed.
Yeah. And there's a lot of celebrities that don't put wills into place, so that the families end up fighting. Like was it Aretha Franklin as well? She had a
Mhm.
had a lot of money like under the bed or something like that. Stupidity kills generational wealth too.
So
Says
true. Yes.
wow,
Yes.
that's it's so
Andrew, yes. Stupidity kills generational wealth. Yes. Greed and stupidity. Yes.
stupidity. I love it. All right, so we're just about to wrap this up, but I wanted to just make a quick announcement and just to let you know, guys, something that we're doing. We started kind of yesterday, kind of just haphazardly, but I think we're going to kind of formulate this into something that's going to be ongoing, and we'll figure out how it's going to go. But there are a lot of people that are doing health videos, so we can follow along with them. But here it is, guys. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Check out the 90-day Health is Your Wealth challenge. The 90-day Health is Your Wealth challenge. We are going to be on a health journey. Now, I did this this year in January for 90 days. I was just strict. I was just very, very strict with my diet, and I got to the goal. You set your own goal, whatever your goal is, because we're all going to be different. But let me just put it back on again. 90-day Health is Your Wealth challenge. This is me here at one of my best weights here. And you see me with my lovely slim waistline, and look at Luscious Journey here looking fine as well. We want to get our sexy back, man. We're going to get our sexy back. All right, guys. So this is what we're going to be doing for the next 90 days. Drop me some fire in the chats if you can. We are going to crush it for the next 90 days. Usually around this time is my just before my birthday. My birthday is in January, so like 3 months before my birthday, I like to get back on to my health my health tip. Hold on a second. I wanted to do this. I want to get back onto my health. Hello. I want to get back on to, always the third quarter is the worst for me. The third quarter, I always start off really good in January. So I think I lost 15 pounds in January. And then by February, that's the first 90 days, the first quarter. By the second quarter, it started to slip. By the third quarter, it went out of the window. So I got to just get off another 10 pounds for the rest of the year for my birthday in January, where I'll show you another picture of me with the waistline, guys. So let's do 90 days. 90 days, Lashus, how does that sound? as a start.
It sounds perfect.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So anybody
Yeah.
else wants to join us, we're going to be walking, we're going to have our weights, we're going to have I have a bike, whatever you have at home or you want to get at home. I'm not going to tell you to go to a gym. We can do this without joining a gym. We can just do this by and if you want to look at my last bit, I took the video down because I'm going to just change the front cover to that image. But we're gonna do it together. We're gonna walk. We're gonna jog. We're going to eat healthy for the next 90 days. Whatever is your goal, and we're gonna hit it. So if anybody wants to join us on this little 90-day challenge, then you can join us. Andrew says, "Don't be mad. I've written several pet trusts in my career." That's true. That's true. There's a company here in Atlanta doing an auction selling Aretha Franklin's items. Oh man, that's so sad. That is so sad. This was a very edifying live. Absolutely, KC baby. So happy that you joined us. A lot of great information from your friend, Lashus Jayne. Oh, look at the little baby. What's his name?
His name is Keon. Keon.
Awesome, awesome. She said that she's a new mother, so she wants to get her body back, guys. We're gonna help her to get her body back.
Yes, I need help.
Together, we're gonna get it together, right, guys? Thank you for the fire bombs. Mine too, mine too. Let's get our sexy back, ladies, and
Yeah.
the men too. You can get your sexy back, get your six pack going, right? Frugality is key. Wealth is built by living below your means. That is so important.
true.
Live below your means. It doesn't mean you have to live like a poverty life, but you don't have to be spending all the time on bags and shoes. And, you don't have to. The truth is, you probably have a ton of stuff in your closet that you haven't even used yet, right? So let's just go and shop in your own closet and find something that you haven't used, you haven't worn, you haven't even cut the tag off of it. So let's shop in our own closet before we decide to shop at Amazon. Frugality. Yes, you said that. It's the baby. The Friendsgiving, the baby. We're just loving the baby. Oh, smuggle, smuggle, smuggle. And let's see. I will be doing a walk and talk soon. Everyone is welcome. Definitely. So, guys, if you want to join us on this journey, again, we're calling it Health is Your Wealth. And just talk about the importance of health, Lashus.
He said the importance of wealth.
The importance of your health being your wealth as well.
Yes, your health is everything. Because if you don't have no health, you can't get to the wealth. So the health is very important, and that's why we need to get back on track, and we have to get back on track. I went to did my shopping for this 90 days challenge today because we're gonna do it. See, we're gonna do it. I need to get back there.
Right? You look good, girl.
Thank you. You too. You look great. We're gonna do it.
We got it. We got to do it. We can do it.
Yeah.
And again, we have no excuse because we have everything as far as videos for free to watch online. What's his name? The guy on the bike, Roger. The guy on the bike. I forgot his name now. Oh gosh.
Me too.
Somebody remind me. The guy who's on the bike all the time. Oh, United Fitness. So United Fitness. So as a matter of fact, let me go to his channel. Let me go to his channel right now. United Fitness. Yeah, bear with me, guys. Let me just show you United Fitness. You go to United Fitness's channel, and you can see he does a lot of videos. He's literally coaching you all the time. So he'll have these bands, these he has these bands, what you call them? The like resistance bands. All right, he has these resistance bands. that he actually sells on his website. My connection is a little bit weak, so bear with me, guys. My connection is a little bit weak. And then he also has his cycle. Is always on his cycle. So let's see if we can find one of the cycle ones. So he's got stuff coming up, and he's on like 3 days a week. I think like 7 a.m., 7 a.m., 9, 11, something like that. But yeah, he's got some good stuff here, guys. He's always on his bike. Where's the one that's on his bike? I guess he must be really featuring these resistance bands a lot right now. But he was on. Oh, there's one. He was on the bike, and I was tuned in, and so was Blind Guy. His life. We were tuned in on the bike, and he's talking to us. He's asking us what we're eating for the day, and he has this app. This app is pretty cool, where you can just ride along, and each person is like a virtual arena where you're riding along next to people that you may know or you may not know. So really, 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 really handy. I don't think I would like to be riding in a big crowd like that. I would just be worried that one person falls and everybody else falls. But there you go. That's United Fitness. Check him out on his channel. Send him a few likes as well. And not a problem, guys. Not a problem. So let's see. Let's just wrap this up now. I will be doing a walk and talk soon. Everybody's welcome. Wait a minute. What is the 90-day challenge all about? It's just basically getting in shape. We'll outline the details in another video, but it's basically just eating healthy and getting some exercise in. So for the next 90 days, try to set yourself a goal, whether it's 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, 20 pounds, and just aim to hit that goal. That's all you need to do. And we're going to be walking regularly, at least 3 or 4 times a week, and we're gonna go live on some of them. We'll do some exercises wherever you are, in the park, at home, some squats, some jogging on the spot, some all sorts of different things. We're gonna mix it up, and we'll also be watching United Fitness's channel in order to help us to get there. All right, so Adrian Nass says, I'm so sleepy all. I'll catch you on the replay. All right, Adrian Nass, we appreciate you. All right, guys, so I think, let me just get back Lashus Journey just to wrap this up, and then we will call it a night. Does anybody else want to come up? Does anybody want to come up, or are we all
I'm here.
Tonight? Lashus Journey? If you just
it's still early. I'm here. I'm just feeding the baby.
Oh, okay.
I'm an old-fashioned mom.
Huh?
I'm an old-fashioned mom.
Okay, no problem. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Lashus Journey for being my special guest tonight. If anybody wants to come up, let me know, and we can have you coming up, and we can chit chat a little bit more. If anybody wants to come up, I'll just give them a few seconds to decide if they want to, and I will also say a big thank you to everybody that's here tonight. We had quite a few people here. I was very, very happy with all of the attendees. I can't go back further, but Jean-Pierre, Stan, Bath Fountain, SFCC, Mrs. B. Finesse, Friendsgiving, Professor Black Ops, She Stole My Thunder, Kareen, and we had Casey Baby 32, Top Gal Abby. We have Ashley Benjamin. We had Wealth Engineering, who likes the tech tips. We had Kurt Russell. We had Samantha Campbell. We had She Stole My Thunder. Did I mention her? Criminality Online. Good to have you. Ashley Benjamin. Good to have you too. Kajo Barnett. Good to have you. And I want to thank Adrian Nash as well. Shelley Sweet Shells. Professor Black Ops. If I've missed anybody, I apologize. Anthony Barnett, thank you so much for your contribution in the comments, everybody. And anybody else that I may have missed? I think I've gotten everybody's name who came in tonight. I really appreciate Friendsgiving. I didn't mention Friendsgiving. Thank you, Friendsgiving. And everybody. All right. So Kareem wants to come up. I'm going to drop the invite in, and we can just chop it up a little bit to see if there's anything else you had questions about or comments about. You know how we do. We will be live tonight. Criminality, will you be live tonight? Let's see. Anybody else has any thoughts, comments? I can hear you. I can hear you. What does that mean? What does that mean? I can hear you. If you want to come and join us in the back, come on in and join us on live. Everybody's welcome. Doesn't matter where you are, what you want to talk about. We can wrap it up. If you have any thoughts about generational wealth, we could talk about that. Have any thoughts about health, wealth, whatever it is. So I'll leave that open for just a minute or two to see if anybody wants to come up. Professor Black Ops is coming up. That's lovely. All right. We're going to have just a little bit of a chit chat with a few people want to come up. Always like to invite people up. Anybody else wants to come up? Oh, okay, here's somebody coming up. All righty. Professor Black Ops, how are you doing, sir?
Okay. I was debating if I was coming up, but she gave so many gems. I was just tell her, when she gets to her limit, go ahead and get some of that hard money because it's not hard anymore. It's a pretty decent interest rate. I'm trying to get my son, like she said, she's getting hurt. I'm trying to get him to get a fourplex for his first FSA loan.
Awesome.
The first house I bought on land contract, depending on the landlord, your actually landlord could be the bank. So I convinced the old guy, he didn't, if I paid him for the house outright, that would push him in a different tax bracket. So I convinced him to let me pay him interest over 3 years and let me do a balloon payment. So it needed some work. So I fixed on it, got it rented for 3 years, saved him the money. Then I cash refinanced out from the bank and paid him off. Then I had the property. So there's another different way to do that kind of technique.
Wow, that's awesome.
Wow.
The hard money lender, you said hard money lender.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people out there giving money. I get a call every other week because the banks, they're at 2%. So if you go 4 or 5% over there, you're still at 5, 6, or 7.
Yeah.
I'm old. I remember interest rate was 15% in like the 80s. So I feel like they're giving money away. So
I know.
It's all relative. So I'm just trying to. You just gave out so many gems. I'm just trying to put a little icing on the cake for you.
Thank you.
That was a great interview. Of course, Millissa always putting it down, but no, she's giving out so much game. I'm just trying to step my game up in commercial a little bit. Try to get to like an 8plex as my max. My son was like, I should try for the 40. I was like, that's how people end up bankrupt, son. You try to do too much. But trying to think of, so there's just different ways. If you can't go to bank, like I said, older guys that own multiplexes, you can convince them that says if I buy it outright, you're gonna be in another tax bracket, and most of those guys don't want to pay taxes, so they can be the bank, make 5 or 6% over 5 years, and you can just make payments like you would make to the bank to them.
Thank you. It's good to know that because I'm pretty close to maxing out.
Yeah.
That because they said you only can have 10 in your name or something.
What you can do is some of the bigger things. You can do a blanket loan. So they'll take 4 of your properties, let you refi them in one blanket loan. So you have 4 properties under one loan, so you can get another 5 or 6 under different loans. It's called a blanket loan.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
So a lot of hard money doing that. Then that way, like you said, you can keep your risk down. Like I said, I'm kind of trying to stick my toe in commercial, but when you put 20% down and on residential, they have to kind of tell you all the defects. Commercial, you're on your own. So you don't get a good inspection, you could be hung out there. I'm gonna
Oh,
let
really?
Corinne get in. I can chit chat out there. I'm gonna let Corinne in the house. She's
Well, let's welcome Corinne to the show as well. Welcome, Corinne. Corinne, we have
Hey,
Jamaica in the house.
yes,
Two.
drop. Good night, y'all. I just wanted to say, I met Lashus online recently, and we have a saying in Jamaica where we say my spirit just take her. You know what I mean? Like I really like, I just got a good vibe from her and we communicate, and I'm just so proud of her, and she's given me such a boost of energy as far as motivation too.
Yeah.
And even though we are from the same place, our backgrounds is a little different because I came when I was 12. So I didn't experience some of the things that she experienced. So I didn't come to the US with like that burst of energy to like, make the best of everything or whatever, because I came when I was a kid. So in a sense, it's like, it's like whatever is here, I didn't come with a plan like she came with a plan. So just listening to her, it kind of like recentered me again, to like get back on the grind and just stay focused. And what I love about her too is that she didn't only like, for me, I focus on career, it was like just my career and making the money that way, but it's like that's not enough. Gotta have additional streams of income and find ways to maximize the money that you are really making, because just the money for my job is, yeah, it gets me through, but I don't just want to get through. So I just want to tell you, I'm so proud of you. You're such an inspiration. You're such a sweet person, and just big ups to you, man. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you, Corinne. Thank you. Appreciate it.
facts.
Absolutely.
And Professor Black Ops, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, but like I said, just check on the hard money, look at the blanket loans, and of course, you got a great channel. But do you listen to Bigger Pockets? They kind of like the godfather of all the real estate on there. Everybody's on their channel. Look up slow flip is a weird technique. Check that out. That's
What's that?
slow flip. You ever heard of a slow flip?
Uh-uh.
It's weird. It's I buy an old house, I gut it.
Mhm.
Then I sell it to you. You get it ready and rent it out, but you pay me as the bank over 30 years. So if you buy it 100 over 30 years, you're gonna end up paying me $300,000 back on it because I'm the bank for you.
Okay.
I've never thought. It just keeps running through my head. It's called a slow flip because of course it's over 30 years, but you're the bank, right? So they're paying you while they rent it out like you do and get the margins from what you rent it for. I mean, what you paying off the mortgage for what you rent it out.
So, Professor, what type of people would be like interested in something like that, like as a buyer?
Investors.
Well, as the buyer, would it be like someone who doesn't have like pay stubs, W-2s, or because you're pretty much saying you're holding the mortgage, right? You're holding.
Yeah. It's young investors getting started, like you said. They don't
Oh,
have the right credit, or they don't have the banking for it. But they got I get a lot of fixer upper guys, so I get a lot. I shouldn't call them amigos. That's not right. My son call them amigos, but they got the skills to work, so they just need a house. So if I say I
right.
got this $60,000 house, you pay me $800 over 3 years, they're gonna fix it up and end up charging $1,400 because they're gonna fix it up and they're gonna make the gap, and I'm gonna make the 800 over 3 years. So if I bought it for 100, they're gonna pay me 300 over 30 years because they got the skills, the talent. They just don't have the money and the upfront capital to get started.
But how would that work on I mean, like, you're a young fella, but say
Oh, I'm
someone
old.
who,
Hold on, let me interrupt. I'm 53. My time's
I
not up, but
know,
go ahead.
I
No,
know
I'm
you always, but
You
say,
don't look
okay,
53.
so if it's over 30 years, you'll be 83 by that time.
But like we talking about generational wealth, I'm on my son and his kids to
Okay,
get it.
so you
Because
would
this is what
pass
I'm
it.
doing. I ain't doing this for me. I make good money. To be
Okay.
honest, I got a deal that's stuck. It's getting on my nerves, and it's texting. It's wearing me out. So I'm like, man, I could just be in Vegas spending my money. I'm trying to get this last flip underway. But so I just said I was going to build up 20 doors, and I told I was going to leave it in my son. So I told him to do
Okay.
20 doors. And if the grandkids do 20 doors and we have generational wealth, we have 100 doors
Nice.
throughout our family, then that'll you want to go to college, whatever, you can pull it out the family real estate. So that's why I told them you just need 3 generations of everybody doing 20. If I do 20, they do 40 and they do 60, right? Because it's all cash flow positive. So you just taking the money, you got to invest it and not mess it up.
Yes.
Right. Then I said by 3rd generation, I should be in heaven, shaking my head. Saying, well, okay, there we do. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. So like you said, I'm trying to coach them up.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. But yeah, if you're on Bigger Pockets, like I said, they have so many different styles and techniques. Like I said, I'm trying to get in commercial. I said I was going to stand there like 10 or 12 doors at the most. Everybody, well, I'll do 30, 40 doors. I'm like, man, that's a $3 million property. When you get up there, that makes me nervous, man. I want to step around 300, 400. I ain't trying to go to no 2.8 million. Nah, that's not me.
I know, right? Because multifamily, that's what I said I was going to look into, like you, because I always listen to Grant Cardone and they say go bigger, go home.
No. Because my first house I bought in the hood 10 years ago for $30,000. And like you said, and I just refined it for $214,000. 215.
Wow.
So but like I tell them, if I mess up a $50,000 house, I can bulldoze it. If I mess up $1 million house, I'm in trouble. So I try to stay in my lane. Okay, if I mess this up, all right, I can bulldoze and do the land or something. But you mess up a $2 million project with me, you might not come back.
Professor Blackops, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
How long ago did you buy your first rental property?
Oh my God, I gotta think. I bought it when I think 31. I'm 53, about 20 years ago. This and I tried to do so. Old black realtor, I loved him. He passed away, and he just told me, he said, "You making money? You need to get in real estate, young man." He said, "I got a property for you. It's a starter upper," and he convinced me that I was so upset. It had 50 cats in it. The first time I went in it, I threw up. And I had a guy that came from New Orleans that went through the flood. And he said, "Oh man, I can do this house. It's fine." So we did it and we started. And I had some bad contractors with Lashus know about those bad contractors. I had a couple people steal some money from me, but I kept grinding and kept building till I got it. Then, and I should tell you this, a lot of people don't realize if you messed up on real estate, time can heal that, because each year you making appreciation 3%, 4%. Now you're making 10 and 15%. So even though I made a mistake and I got some money, I think I got it all fixed up for about 70, and like 10 years later, it's worth like 340. So,
yeah.
Hey, everybody.
As far welcome Before the Billions to the show. We also have Before the Billions just arrived. We're gonna go to you in a second, but just to follow up a question, Professor Blackops. And your first property or first couple of properties, what would you say were the biggest mistakes that you made that you obviously learned from going forward?
You gotta have, which lets you gotta have a good crew. if your contractors mess up, you can lose money and steal money. And the hardest thing, and she talked about it, is get good crew and trying to get money from the bank. Because after a while, like okay, even though you're generating cash flow, you got W-2s, are like at a certain point, they don't want to lend you any money because it's too risky for them. So once I got my crew, which is getting better, I'm tightening it up. Now the thing in our area, and I'm sure Lashus, I keep listening to her, is I'm in Indiana, California, and people in New York are coming here buying houses sight unseen because they're so cheap. So they done drove the market out the price. So two is, and Before the Billions, I was teaching because he's young, is wait for the deal. Warren Buffett said is, you don't have to hit the pitch. They can swing the pitch. You don't have to buy it. So make sure you got your numbers. They're hitting your numbers. You want your 10% cash flow or where you want to be at and your prestige and your location. Just wait. You don't have to buy everything now. So that's the thing with the market. I think it's going to crash because here, like I said, I was talking to a couple of realtors. They said, dude, I could buy anything I want for these guys in Cali because here a mid-level house might cost you 80, 90, or 100. They used to $500,000 stuff in New York, so 100 ain't no money. 80 is not any money for them, so they just buy houses sight unseen here.
I'll take 5 of those.
Right, pretty much. So every time I look for a house, it's like bidding wars here, and I'm like, dude, I ain't about that game. The crazy thing though is I'm kind of known, so One guy got in trouble. Long story short, he got arrested and he needed some bail money. He was selling the house in like 5 days. So I came up with some money in 5 days and bought the house. And what people do, they call it quick claim deed, where you can quick claim deed to people. But what people don't realize is a lot of times the title's messed up and you can't refi it. So you got to make sure the title's clean. So I got a good title company, so I can say, hey man, I'm going to give you $400 down. Let me check on this title, give you some money. So then my title company says, okay, it's 10 things on there, but they're like, they didn't get the grass cut, which is like $300, or some other banks got a lien on it, but it's small. I think I can write a letter and get it off. So a lot of people don't know how to do that.
Oh, clever.
So those are the big deals. Is make sure the title clean, because
Yeah.
people think you can quick claim deed, and once you get it there, somebody's got a lien on it, and they're in first position too. So those are the thing, some of the things to look out for or to do.
All right. thank
Professor,
you.
did you hear when at the beginning of the stream when Melissa was talking about her first property and people
I
weren't
know.
paying her rent?
No, I did not, but
Oh, see, tell her about the heavy hitters you rolled through the hood with
I
to
got
collect your
heavy.
money.
I got that too. I got people. I'm like, go ahead, Melissa. I got people. I grew up in the dirt, so I do have people. Quick story. I told people, like, if you can't pay because of the pandemic, I'm cool. But if you mess with my money, I'm taking the doors off your stuff. So you ain't gonna have no doors in your house. That's how I be moving career. I'm about that life.
I hear that.
I need some brothers like you beside me when I was going around there collecting my rent back then.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, let me bring in before the billions, because he's actually also brought his first house, I believe. Maybe even more. Welcome before the billions. What do you like to add to the conversation?
Hey, first off, I want to say thank you so much for having me up on the panel. You have saved me from my boredom of this release of this deployment for my job.
Oh,
They started at like 9 o'clock, but yeah.
okay.
So I wanted to say, yeah, I did get my first house, um, and it was it was rough. It was the bidding wars. I had learned so
Facts.
much about real estate through buying my first house
Oh,
that because also my mom is a realtor. I actually helped her with getting her real estate license or a realtor license. Probably one of the hardest tests that you have to take, right up there with the bar exam, simply because it's a whole bunch of trick questions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and and everything is always changing. It changes every single time. Like the test is, they change the test. It's like every few like weeks or so or something like that. It's very frequent. But and with that, uh, I have learned that how to negotiate for getting these houses. I don't know if you guys have brought that up before.
no, we haven't
Um,
spoken about negotiations at all today.
yeah, because some of the things I did, I made mistakes, of course, right? So I'll share the mistakes that I made and then how I fixed it. The mistakes I made um, is because I was going through, riding around with my mom in a car, looking at these houses and stuff, and putting in these offers, thinking that okay, I can ask for repairs. Nope, not right now because it's a seller's market. That's why
Definitely
the
not in
worst
this
thing to
market.
do. Don't ask for any repairs, unfortunately, right? There are a lot of people like to. They put in the disclosure is take it as is,
Yeah.
and then in addition to that. They will say in closing costs, right? Don't don't ask for any closing costs, right? Don't ask the seller to pay for anything. Pretty much, you want to make it as seamless as possible for these sellers
Mm-hmm.
to just sell you the house if you really want it, right? If you already got a house and you ain't really tripping about it, then I still wouldn't suggest, putting a whole bunch of costs on the seller, but it probably ain't gonna affect you as much if you get denied like how I did. I was really like looking for a house because I was spending $3,000 on earnest money over and over again,
Oh.
putting in these offers. You know, because that's the thing is that when you put in your offer and it gets accepted, then you have to put in something called earnest money, which is saying that, hey, you know, I have this money, I'm serious about this property, and the higher the number, the more serious they take you as, the stronger your offer. And that's actually part of the negotiation as well, because that earnest money goes into when you're actually buying that house, right?
Right.
So you can put that as to take off money from how much you have to pay at the end on your down payment.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, um, that started off at 1,500, and that, you know, that was too low. Yeah, I went to 3,000, right? And then you know, that was good enough for me over here. I know Professor Black was shaking his head. No, you know, I'm a small fish right now, man. 3,000 was all I was
No.
willing to spend.
Was your earnest money refundable? You got it back on your other houses if it fell through, right?
The only way I could get it back is if it fell through, and it was not because of my
Right.
fault, right? Because I have a window, so you have oh my gosh, what is it called? It's called your due diligence period, and your due diligence period, you put that into your offer. So that offer that you're putting in, um, you have to define your due diligence period. You have to define the amount that you give for your earnest money, and as soon as your offer is accepted, you have to have that earnest money in a check, right? Make sure it's
Right.
in that bank, because usually you get the earnest money within the first 3 days.
Facts,
You know.
facts.
But yeah, so that was some of the things. But negotiations is you pretty much in the seller's market right now, and make sure that you're not putting any cost on the seller. And also another thing is to make sure to shorten. You know, this is another thing. I shortened my due diligence period, so I shortened it to like, you know, less than a week, because I wanted them to know I was a strong offer and they were going to take me. And also, you know, in addition to sometimes you see people who go above um, the price, you know, especially when you got Zillow buying up everything. So Zillow, you know, paying over, you know, you got people from California coming over to
Facts.
Georgia. They'd be like, oh yeah, let me put down an extra $100,000 on this house.
Yeah.
So if that ever happens to you, you know, just move on, because you know, $100,000, you know, that actually just kind of messes up the market, because it's like
Yeah.
people are just expanding up the price. So now
Indiana's the same way.
now everybody else's house is overvalued, because you got people from California paying so much money on all these houses, and you know, it's harder for people who already live here to afford, you know, an extra $100,000 onto this house. You know, people coming up here with Black Heights money.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
Right? Talk about $100,000 ain't nothing.
Man, I had to get on him about that. Go ahead, man. I had to get on him about it. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
gentrification at the finest, man. If you as a community ain't got it, you get pushed out. Because my mom passed away about 3 years ago, but I had to pay her taxes because the houses went up so high. The taxes went up high, and she couldn't afford her taxes. So I just paid her taxes for a while. So that's how you push old people out. Because if you on a fixed income and your taxes go from 600 every 6 months to 2,000 or something crazy, because the value of your house went up. But if you're not going to sell it, you don't get to see that return. So
Exactly. And that's actually what you know, happens a lot, especially in Atlanta, because we're having a lot of gentrification. There is a place called Bankhead in Atlanta, the
facts.
absolute hood. That is where you go if you want to get deleted. You know what I mean?
Deleted.
Yeah, that's where you want. Yes, if you ever tried to you know, do it on purpose, go there. Right? But you know, the thing is that they're actually gentrifying it. They got some nice looking houses. I was like, man, this looks like it's in California. You got this house that's super tall and stuff like that, 5 bedroom houses and stuff. You know, and then they have a place called Buckhead, which is actually supposed to be the gentrified, the white area that's extremely nice. You got Fitz Plaza, where it has like Gucci stores and Louis Vuitton and all this very high end place. That's where Kevin Samuels stays at and stuff like that. So he got some money. That's where all the money folks live. All the businesses. That's where you go if you're trying to get any job over $40,000. You're not trying to be no average man. but
Facts.
but that's where you go. And now it's having so much crime, and it's absolutely it's weird. It's like they have metal detectors at the mall now. You can't bring your weapon or anything like that. So now it's a complete shift ever since the C word came out. Complete shift, and ever since the seller market started, now you're seeing a lot of these very poor areas getting a whole bunch of new construction and stuff like that. You
So the
even have
thing,
TI. Oh, go ahead.
so the thing is, which you try to do is, I just got lucky. I had 3 properties about 10 years ago. Now they got gentrified. It's like crazy. I mean, I bought like a house for 25, 50, and 75 like 10, 20 years ago. Now each one of those houses worth $300,000. So I took some money out, and I bought a Airbnb right before the pandemic now. So it's kind of eating a hole in my pocket and trying to get into some commercial. I was looking at some 6 and 8 units buildings, but they want to look like 1.2, 1.5. So, but that's where you're trying to go. You want to try to get in front of the gentrification so you can get that appreciation, and you can either flip or hold. Like, so I'm working on a 4,000 square foot flip that's eating a hole in my pocket too. So I'm trying to get that one done for the market drop. So
Professor Blackhouse, how do you manage that? Like, actually, I have 2 questions, but
yeah.
the first one is I want to see, like, because when you get a new property and then you're trying to flip it, how do you actually manage, paying for, all the utilities and bills and stuff like that while you're trying to also pay for renovations?
There's 2 ways to do it. One is called the Burr method. So you buy your first house. She know where I'm going. So once I buy the first house and my crew is going to work on it, it's going to drive the appreciation up. So once I get the appreciation up, I can do a cash buy refinance out of it, take like 150 out. Then when I rent it, the rent's going to pay off that bank note for me. So now I got $150,000 in cash. That's what I need to work on my flip, right? Some of them I'm going to hold and rent out, but if like the one I wanted was going to rent out, they think I can get like 380 for it. You can't rent a house and where I live at for 380 doesn't make sense. You got to sell it, right? So you got to figure out the right price. But it's called Burr. You buy a property, you fix it up with your team that's going to drive it to appreciation. Then once I get it done, I can refinance, take all my money out and go do the next deal. So how I make my money is the spread between me paying off the bank note and the rent. So my bank note, because interest rates are so high, will be 8. I can rent it for $1,200, so I'm making $400 a door. So I usually buy doubles, right? I don't buy singles. So that's how you do that. Then, like I just told her, is your crews got to be good, because one of my crews sucked. So I was losing money because they wasn't doing stuff right. So your crews need to get in there and get done, and you paying them right. So you got to buy lumber, and lumber went up like,
oh yeah, it's extremely
300%. It was crazy. I'm like, I bought that 2x4 for $3. What you mean it's $12? So you got to make sure you get your crew. So I got a big pack. I don't know. I got a big pack on this line. I probably got like $10,000 worth of lumber in it because I try to buy it early so I get it before it keeps going up. So long story short, and 2 is you bought a house. What I did is I bought a house, and 10 years later it appreciated. So I took a second mortgage out on my house, and I use that to invest with too. Then, like she said too, is I had a 401k, so I took some money out. My problem now is I'm overextended because each deal I did got a little bigger and a little bigger. So I'm stuck on my last deal. I'm like, I gotta get this done. It's eating a hole in my pocket. That's different ways to get it done, B2B. Did that make sense? I kind of like sleepy and kind of slurred through that.
Yeah, it made sense because really, I want to also ask this is, in addition to mentorship and stuff like that, I actually have somebody who is extremely interested in real estate, and I'll have to tell her about this stream. Actually, just sent her the link.
Yeah, take
Um,
LaShawn. She's got a killer channel. I was picking on her channel. I think BH is doing that actually in his Patreon. Because I actually threw the sop out of him. He's doing that in his Patreon. So
You mentioned who? BX? Who's that?
BH, Black Heights.
Oh,
Black Heights advancing your career.
Yeah. So he's doing that because I threw him a couple of sop out questions because they wanted me to do it. I like, man, I'm tired of real estate. I got a bad taste in my little shots. Sometimes the feels just I've been like getting stressed out for a couple of years. I'm like, I need to get this one done. I'm just gonna go hang out in Vegas. So the cool thing though is, and you know this B2B is when you do cybersecurity and data analyst, you know, you six figures. So you can carry some of that stuff. So I don't panic because I get W-2s and I make money. But I want my money to go in my pocket, not in my real estate right now.
Facts.
So I can carry it too. I might have to reach out to BH, man, and get like $20K loan to hold me over or something. No, I'm serious, man. I might do a promissory. So the cool thing is they smiling is, you know, BH, you know, some people in the manosphere now that got money. I might have hit Millissa up with the promissory and give her 10%. She got a little money burning in her pocket, man. So you know, like LaShawn said, you can craft a deal, man. You can craft a deal. We can have people.
I like Lashus's idea about her where she lives, the availability, the properties there, and the students coming through, students or the workers coming through. There looks like an opportunity there. I like that idea.
Students is good because you can always have their parents sign, right? So their parents are responsible. So, and I got a lawyer on staff. I sue people at the blink of a hat. She be telling me to calm down. I be trying to sue. I be like, I need that letterhead. We got to get them. You will see her on my channel. So, gotta have a good team. I got a lawyer. I be trying to sue everybody. So, so now I think you got to B2B. You get your money up, your house in about 10 years if you want to take the risk. Because if you got a good plan, you got appreciation of your house, and if you're not scared, I'm like, you know, I'm kind of weird. I'm like, I grew up poor. Let's give it a shot. You know, I make money every year. So there's ways. And like LaShawn, I got my 401k tapped. I owe about $20,000 out to some investors. They know I'm good for it. I'm like, I'm almost done. I'm stuck. Give me another couple months. I'll give you another 10% on it. So
also I want to give the disclaimer that this is not financial advice.
Facts.
Let me throw that up. Let me throw that up again.
Yeah, especially the way I'm doing it. You don't want to do it the way I'm doing it. It's definitely not financial advice.
That's what we always say. I do this. Right.
But the cool thing though with it be, especially with you being young, is you can put together a deal. Like my neighbors, they're a little old. They trust me, so I borrowed $20,000 from them. So I think I'm like a couple months later. I said, I give you another 10. I'm almost done with this last refi. I'm just a little stuck. So they were cool. So like she said, especially older people, if you do some self-directed 401k, they can invest in anything they want. Because most of the guys, they call it non-conventional. And I think they don't want to deal with the bank. So if you look at a lot of YouTubers, they got 10 friends that can get them 20,000. They're gonna give them 10% back in 6 months, and they just do their deal straight off of people 401k. They never go to the bank.
Oh, also, can I say this? Is that another thing that you have to watch out for when you're trying to get these deals or these put in offers for houses is that if you are like a conventional, you actually rank more than the FHA. Like people do not want to have to deal with any repairs whatsoever. And also cash is going to be king in this case.
Cash is always king, man.
Cash is gonna be king in this one because you will most definitely lose your deal or your offer. Your offer will not get accepted if if they can get a cash offer, unless they just take pity on you or something like that.
No, that's why that's why 401k or you do a cash out refinance where you just got like 80 sitting in the bank, like you said, you can come in and I was putting in non-refundable down payments on stuff because like you said, you want to know they're serious. I'm like, I see my team. They was kind of in some kind of rough areas. So my team, they kicked in the door and went in and did an appraisal on the house. So when I went there, I already knew what was wrong with the house. I'm like, floor wadded, roof wadded. I had numbers on them. My contractors gave me a quote on what each line item costs. It's not 100% because she tell you when you open up a wall, you never know what's in there. I bought a house that once I opened up the ceiling, the second floor was rotted out, so I had to reframe it out. So there was an extra 6,000. It just messed my budget up. So you got to have a little overage, so and a little room in your deal for that. So
And then another thing is that I wanted to ask you guys, what are your thoughts on the moratorium for
yeah.
evictions? It's like they were giving everybody like um I guess it was like they weren't allowing people to get evicted for several months or something like that.
Yeah, I think
My
they lift it right now, right?
yeah, they just
Yeah, I think
lifted.
they lift it, and it's mostly in New York. It don't bother me down here.
Me either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I was
mostly New
looking.
Yorker because I know people up there that said they haven't paid their rent in like 6, 7, 8 months. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I'm at in Indiana, I didn't have a big problem with that too. And I got properties, I got mid-level properties, and I got some properties in the hood. So, if you don't pay me, I got some people gonna come see you, man. So
Take the doors off.
yeah, take the doors off.
Man,
But
if you take the doors off, that's it right there, man. You inviting all kinds of
seriously,
visitors.
yeah, it's weird because I'm kind of still nerdy. I'm a tech guy, so when we go in old houses, I'm still freak out when I turn around. I'm serious. Everybody got guns on their hip because when you go in an old house, we went in there, it was squatters sleeping in there. So you never know
Man,
what's gonna roll up. So all my team got guns. I'm the only one. They call me the nerd, but I'm like, I cut checks on me. I don't shoot people. That's your job.
Okay.
That's not
he
what
take
I
the
do.
doors off and you do a risk assessment.
Yeah, that's what I fact. So that's what they do. They go in, everybody packing. So I'm like, that's what they do. So you just gotta have the right team for the right job, man. That's all. So I got the team for that job, and they're about their life, and I pay them well. So
Man, I got to tell y'all this story about how I encountered a squatter at a house.
man, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Go for it.
but okay, so I told you my mom is a realtor,
Oh
and
yeah.
this is before I got my house. I was actually looking for a house, and we went to this place. It's kind of by Hateville. So Hateville isn't too bad. It's kind of by the airport. So, but the area, it wasn't Hateville specifically, but it was in that close to it. And it was kind of in the hood, you know, in an older neighborhood and stuff. And then we saw this. It was like a white house, and it was like a 4 bedroom house. Had a nice layout. Had a garage in the back and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, cool. I was like, all right, mom, let's go ahead. Let's walk up to the front door. And this is like the fourth house we had seen that day because we were like, we were putting in work, seeing these houses, while I'm working from home, working from home while riding in the car looking at these houses.
Wink, wink.
But
We both done it.
right, so then we open the door, right, and then we smell something. We were like, what is that smell? And I swear it was like, what pee smells like, stuff like that. So I was like, okay. I was like, Mom, something wrong right here. So we opened up the door, and then the door, it was really hard to open. So we had to force the door open. So it made this loud, like crashing sound almost.
Uh-oh.
And then we were like, okay. We opened up the door, and then come to find out there's a whole bunch of pizza boxes, and there's like this man sleeping on the floor. We're like, what is going on here? It's like a whole bunch of Macy's bags and carrying on. I'm like, what is going on here? But so we like, okay, nope. So we just end up closing the door and locking it right on back.
Facts, man.
And then my mom told me that yeah, even if they kick the squatter out, you don't want that house because they done already broke into the house.
Yeah, they know how
So
to come back.
No,
They know
I
how to
want
get
that
in.
house. I want the house because I'm gonna get it at a deal. But my people gonna tell you, you come up, player. That might be the end of you. So you need to
Oh,
go find
Jesus.
somewhere else. Because remember is, and people don't, and that's how you get deals. If you got,
Oh, you just muted yourself.
oh, you muted yourself.
and the deal's messed up. That's how you get great prices on houses, man. Don't let that scare you.
But I was trying to live there, man. I wasn't trying to.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm renting it out, but that's how you get great rent price. Number one, I ain't living there, but that's how you get great deals on houses, man. I got killer. I bought my first house for $20,000 over 3 years, and I paid $500 a month, and at the end, I think I had to pay a lump sum of like because I was paying interest of like 18,000, and I take 10 years later, I refied it for 254. So you can get some great deals, man. You just can't be scared of them. You got to understand where you rent. If you're not, I'm grew up in the hood, so I'm not scared. And
Same.
the crazy thing is, I got friends that live at like two of my properties. Some guys I grew up with, they always pay me on time, and if they don't, they'll let me know. Like I work with them, and I don't have to worry about it, man. And I make killer appreciation and profit on that house because I got it at a killer deal.
Mr. Professor Black Ops, I got this question. You said that your team has a whole bunch of guns on their hips.
Yeah.
Why exactly did you not get one?
I'm a nerd. I grew up as a nerd. You will like this story. So I'm the only one on my team. So I got a gun permit. Half the dudes I roll, I go to the driving range. I take a lesson because I'm a nerd, and I start shooting a gun, and I figure out I'm not very good at this. And number two is to look somebody in the eye and shoot them in the head. That's a different type of character, man. I don't know if I'm about that life, man, to be honest. Now, I probably get one just in case, but that's what those guys do, man. Half my team been to jail. I love them. I understand what they are, and they understand what I am. And to shoot somebody in the face, they done that before, so they sleep well at night, man. They shoot somebody while they hold their baby, man. They don't care, man.
They've been desensitized.
Yeah, I'm not about that life, man. I'm shooting at the range, and I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. The gun's kicking, and I'm like, I'm missing the target, and this face come over the target. I'm like, well, can I really shoot somebody in the face? Now maybe if you're killing me, but just randomly.
Well,
like,
what? What's funny is that there's actually a video of this guy at the gun range, and he's shooting with like this what do you call it, a fast gun, an automatic gun.
Yeah.
And he's shooting it so fast, but he's shooting the ceiling. And he's like, man, that was rough. They knocked the recoil, or something else, and then he got kicked out of the place because the guy was like, "You have shot my roof up."
I wasn't that bad, but everything I shot, I hit the target, but it was low because I was waiting for the recoil, so I was pushing down on the gun. Right. So I'm like, I did okay, but I'm like, do I, So I probably get one for self-protection, but like you said, we went in the house of squatter. My dude just grabbed a squatter by his collar and just threw him out the front door, man. I'm like,
I'll be touching squatters?
That's what I said. Like, why you touching them, man? He goes, that's what he does. He said, I'm about that life, man. I said, okay.
I'm always scared of getting the Kevin Hart thing where he's talking about the homeless man. He give you the bump up.
But
I'm like, no, I ain't trying to touch y'all.
Right, you got to get your gloves, your
lips gonna be messed up.
Yeah. That's what my team did. My first house had 50 cats in it. I'm allergic to cats. I went there to throw them up. They went in there, called health in there. Then they just started ripping the drywall. I was smelling cats for like 2 months. I'm like, man, we got to put some more kills on this, man. I can smell it. So it took like forever to do it, man. But you go in there, be dead feces, rats. That's what they do, man. Look at Millissa. Yeah, that's what real estate's about. But this ain't Hollywood.
It'd be a whole bunch of smokers and stuff. It'd be smells all through
those are the houses get you the best deals. I promise you, those get you the best deals.
And they always say never, if you go into a vacant house, never open up the refrigerator.
Oh, never, no.
Never.
Like you said, I went through a house, I'll never forget it. And I almost fell through the second floor because the floor was rotted. So you got to be real careful when you go in a house.
Oh, wow.
I tell you, those are my best deals. We reframed it. We got it for a good price. And all the numbers came out. Then when you fix it up, you get so much appreciation. Then a little gentrification came in, and I walked away with a boatload of money.
Real interesting. If I'd known some of these things that you mentioned tonight, I wouldn't have made such a big mistake when I bought my first property, which really turned me off by buying any other properties. It's been about 10 years now, but now that I'm hearing somebody like Lashus, who's just basically taught herself everything from scratch. I'm not sure how much you caught up the show, but she's given such a lot of gems, and she's basically self-taught. everything she knows, she learned it on YouTube or a book, So we can do it, and you really gave me faith into really looking at it again, especially in your area. I'm really seriously looking about doing something with you. So
Yeah, my first two didn't go well. It turned me off for a little bit too. My first two didn't go super well,
how
but
long
then
did it take you to get the next one though?
said it
How long did it take you to decide to go for the next one?
about 7 years. My first one
Oh,
bad, and I said, "Oh, let me go again." Then now I went crazy. I probably bought 4 in the last 2 years.
okay.
So that's why I'm overstanding. I'm like my mom's favorite term she passed away is you need to sit down and sit still. So once I get this last one done, I'm gonna sit down and sit still.
Lashus, you said you have 6 properties right now. You don't feel overstanding because you want to get 4 more. Don't you feel overstanding? You can manage them very, very well.
Yes, we manage them very
Well,
well.
she did hers in the right order. Like I said, I did 3 at the same time, which wasn't smart because they fell in my lap.
Yeah.
Like I was working on one, and a neighbor came by and it's like, "Oh, we I think somebody died, and they were great losing for taxes." So then I bought that one, and when I worked on that one, this other guy was going to jail. So he's like, so I had like 3 houses, which I got them off for a deal, but you should do 3 houses all at the same time when you don't have a big enough crew to do that. And so
And
So
he do
actually,
the flip. I do the turnkey. You fix urine up and all that, right?
yeah.
That's good. Because you pay less and you make more.
Right, pay less, make more. So, like I said, the
Yeah.
one I wanted to turnkey, but the appreciation something, I got to finish and flip it. So that's why I'm trying to do it before the market tank. So I'm getting this last refi. Then that should have me to get do the flip. Then that have me pay all my debt off because, like you said, I did the 401k. I got a little on credit cards. I got a little on this, a little that.
Yeah.
Once I do that flip, that'll help me pay everything off and get back to where I need to be. So.
When do you project the crash then? Because you keep on saying the market's going to crash. When do you project that? Do you know?
I'm saying 1.5 years, but I mean, I've been saying that for probably a couple years because, like, she's laughing, but I've never seen prices go this high for this long. And 2 is, I thought the pandemic was gonna make everybody broke because nobody was working. So I thought between the pandemic and the appreciation, I thought it would crash because those 2 don't go. Now we got inflation on top of that, so I'm like, okay, it can't. So I'm a little confused. So I think it's gonna crash, but like I said, I've been saying that for 3 years. So my goal is to do this flip, pay off everything, get my powder ready. So when it's crashed, I want to find me like an 8-unit apartment building.
Yeah,
that's my goal. So, but I don't know. Like I said, I've been saying it's gonna crash for like 3 years now. But
yeah, I need it to crash because I need some more.
Yeah, that's why most people scared to say that. Like, I need to crash. I'm trying to pick me up. Like, I want to pick up a 4-plex and an 8-plex. Then I think I might be done.
Karine, do you have any properties, or are you still in awe of our Lashus journey and inspired to do
Just
something?
one in awe. I haven't done the investing part and all of that, so just listening.
That's good. You can get a FHA loan, Corinne, or get it down here. Come down here with me on the beach.
You know, I've thought about Florida so many times, but it was like what has always turned me off, like in my industry. Well, your area doesn't have much for my industry, but Miami, I need the pay is low and I need to be bilingual, you know, for my industry.
What's your industry, Karine?
International logistics. So I work for a steamship line, imports, exports. So you definitely have to be bilingual in Miami for that because they handle mostly the Latin American trade lanes. Yeah. So it's like New York is where it's at, New Jersey. You know, that's where the higher pay scale is.
About the bilinguals, you're absolutely right about that. I had a hard time getting myself from Miami Airport to Fort Lauderdale.
Oh my gosh, I felt like I was in a different country.
I couldn't understand anybody.
Yeah.
Right. I think they do it on purpose too.
Yes, they speak Spanish first. When I got to the airport, the announcement was in Spanish, then English. Afterwards, it's like
Lashus, what's your thoughts on Airbnb? So I partnered with somebody and said, "Oh, Airbnb, you can get 3 times the rent because we got a big convention base here." So I was trying to get Airbnb, but of course I bought it right before the pandemic. So I'm like, "Oh my god!" So I've been struggling with my Airbnb.
With the Airbnb, I
Yeah.
think it's okay. So one of my units, two of them, I fixed them up right before the pandemic. Do a renovation on it, flooring, everything brand new to put it in Airbnb. But because of the pandemic, I had to change that and rent it out by the rooms. So,
Okay.
but here, down here with Airbnb, it never slowed down. It's,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I think for 2 weeks they did close down where they, no Airbnb for probably about 2 weeks. But then after that, everything go
Back the same.
back to and it's which down there is a tourist industry, so it's tourist destination. So it's like people always coming here, they coming here in the pandemic.
We do business conferences here pretty strong, but all that dried up. So I'm just kind of paying it out of my pocket because I'm about to refinance, so I'm gonna have to pay it out the pocket. So I'm gonna take the refi, put about 6 months up, use the rest of that to hopefully finish my flip, and use that to pay everything out. So, but I'm thinking about doing
a Airbnb.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a high end, getting one downtown. Because some of those Airbnbs they charging like $500 a night, $600 a night. So I'm debating if I want to kind of get in that market. That's kind of way. So I got some in the hood. Now I'm trying to do a high end Airbnb.
So what's close to you? Like you said a lot of meeting and stuff. What attraction you have there?
The weird thing is, I live in Indianapolis. Downtown Indianapolis is medium sized, so we get a ton of conventions here. Like we get the Future Farmers of America. It's like 30,000 kids here. We do Gen Con for the gamers. We get 20,000 people here. International Fire Department came here. It was like 50,000 people here because we're small, so we don't scare them. And everything is downtown. So there's the meetings downtown, the football stadium here. We got the NFL tryouts, so everything's downtown. So small kids don't get nervous here, and big people like it's quaint here. So we get a ton of conventions here. So is
it all year round? Because you have to look at that
all year round. Because the Future Farmers come here in the winter, which I thought was weird. So now we pretty much year round. Then we get like a lot of businesses because we got a ton of convention space here. So, but all of that's business. So all that just kind of dried up with the business. So I'm hoping this summer coming up that'll pick back up. Then I can get my Airbnb going because I got a double. It's 2,700 square feet aside. We get 3 families. Then at the top, we got like 6 bunk beds for kids because we got like the volleyball tryout conferences here and stuff for kids. So we're gonna try to rent it for $300 a
night.
Yeah. So
I think it will do well as long as there's activities going on and attraction and people coming there. Because I was thinking about buying one down in Orlando because I go there and like people always down there. So Millissa, you can look down there to Orlando, close to the attraction, those parks.
Okay.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah, Millissa, there's a book called Long Distance Investors by the Bigger Pockets, and they talk about what she said. How do you do that from another state? And you hire somebody fantastic like her, and she charges property management. She takes her 10%, and she takes good care of you. All right, so that's kind of
she would be someone who would be awesome.
Right, so because I'm actually looking at long distance stuff because I'm in Indiana and Cincinnati's kind of bubbling back up. So they were selling apartment buildings kind of like dirt cheap down there, and they're redoing their downtown. So I'm debating about getting some apartments and Airbnb a couple of them and rent a couple of them out. So.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to give you guys another person you can check out. Oh, can you hear me?
Sorry, one quick second. Mrs. B Finesse, all-star panel jumping in between streams before I head to rest.
Facts.
Hey, shout out to my big sis.
Yeah, old man about to go to bed. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're about to wrap this up very, very soon. So go ahead before the billion. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say another resource that people can check out is Orlando Miner on YouTube.
Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy. I keep on forgetting his name. Orlando.
Facts. Yeah, he's good.
And put me on to him.
Yeah. Whenever I'm on Pocket Watching with JT's panel, I always speak to Orlando as well. Yeah, he's a great wealth of information for real estate.
Yeah, thanks for jogging my memory on that one.
Yeah, it's this one dude. He does he's a unconventional guy named Chris Haskins. He's super good. Oh, there's a corporate guy out there. They do corporate real estate, higher than 4 doors, and he does some unique YouTube videos. I think he's the number one commercial real estate guy.
Oh yeah.
Then this one lady, she's excellent. Oh, I gotta look her up. She's real. I gotta look. Yeah, I gotta look through my name. So there's like 3 or 4 people I follow.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, guys.
I'm gonna try and get in multifamily after.
Oh yeah, I love the double game. That double game, you eat well on a double game because one side will pay it off, the rest is full, pure cash flow. So like I said, I got 2 singles, 2 doubles, and a flip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
it's
but
just super expensive.
Say that again.
I was saying it's just super expensive. I saw they had some what do you call those? Like multifamily homes down the street
Yeah.
from me that cost more than my house, and I'm a single family home, and those houses look like they in the straight up hood.
Facts, man. That's why you got to get them, man, because the rent. Man.
Yeah.
The crazy thing too is I have one of my renters been with me for 8 years. I'm like, dude, you don't want to buy your own house? He's like, no. So it's just weird. So
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to be homeowners.
then, like you said, one of my nephews, he just trying to get him on the right track. He just got out of jail. So I was the only one person to rent to him because, I trust him. He's not going to tear my stuff. People that have records is hard to find rent.
Yes, and that's
Which-
unfair. I'm
Yeah.
like,
No, you got to
Yeah.
pay for your crime sometime. That's part of the game.
Oh,
You can't be
Jesus.
messing up in society, man. That's the price, man.
How many ways you gonna pay?
Yeah,
You got to
feel
go for
bad
Pistol
for
Black
that.
Ops.
So that's why I tell him, man, come on. He ain't my brother's son, not my child. But when he was little, I used to take him out when they were little. I like, yes, your brother, come on, man. He part of the family. So he got out. I had a little hood double. He loved it. He rented us up there. I laugh because he's always on Facebook, and I go, my hood double look kind of good on Facebook. But nah, so
They be like Granddaddy John.
yeah, that's my grandbaby. My one grandson, he goes, is this gonna be my house, Granddaddy John? I'm like, when I go to the upper room, son, it's gonna be you right here.
All right.
It's gonna pay your college right here. This gonna pay your college fund.
But your nephew pay his rent, right? He pays his rent on time.
He pays 5 days ahead of time.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like when
'Cause he's-
when we discriminate, like when certain people have like a bad past, we assume,
Yeah.
right? And
Right.
they're the ones because they're so grateful
He
to
was
be given that opportunity.
right.
They're gonna stay the straight and narrow and pay
Oh,
because they
yeah.
don't want to have to go out there and try to look.
Yeah,
It's
he got a job in a refrigerator warehouse that he hates, but since it's cold, he makes extra money, and it's weird. I depend on it now. Like the 31st, that Friday before he gets paid, he'd be like, of course he ain't got a bank account. Like, come through and get the money. So I'm walking around with cash in my pocket. He's like, when you coming through? I'll be through in a minute, Neff. That's my dinner money. So
there you
I'm
go.
going to eat with this money. I had the T-bone steak with that money. So now,
Okay.
but like you say, he's grateful. And, the cool thing is I'm just glad I could help him. That's one thing I got in real estate. He's cool. He cuts the grass. I don't have to pay him anything extra. Anything wrong with the neighbor, he lets me know. Hey, man, I don't know what they're doing, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, let me go see. So he watches out for the property. So then too, I told him, when you're ready, I'll help you get a house, man. I'll buy something that you can buy, or like she said, I call it piggyback. I'll get you my credit card so your credit can bump up. Then you can get your own house, man. I ain't trying to keep, so you can grow. I ain't trying to keep you where you're at. When you're ready to grow, let me know. So we talk about it. So trying to get him a game so he can get his own house.
Yeah.
That's all
Also, got
consideration
one.
as well.
I'm sorry, Miss Listen. I was gonna say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys ever heard of the rapper Young Dolph who passed recently.
Yeah, shout out to Young Dolph. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually yes, he passed. He got shot a few times. Well, he got shot in in the city where he's from. But one of the good things about him is that he actually invested in real estate as well before he passed, and he owned 100 properties, and he was able to put that money in on those properties for his children and his wife.
Did he have a will?
I don't know. He just passed. So
The only reason I say that though is, and I wish that is I'm gonna say this since this ain't bad. But listen, how many baby mamas he had, man? You got one of my friends. He died. He had 5 baby mamas with no will, so they fighting over his house. His mama didn't like the baby mama, so she took 4 to 5 houses. So it was crazy because we don't figure out how to pass wealth on. We don't have a will. We don't have a trust. So cool, he had 100 properties, but if he didn't have a will, who gets what? Now you
Yeah.
fight. Now you stepping over.
Well,
They don't pay taxes. He gonna end up losing them. So
Yeah.
that's all. I
well, he
hope
only
that's
had
not the case.
he only had two children.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
That's
that's
cool.
Yeah, so he only had two children, and he's married. Well, he was
Shout out.
married.
Shout out to that man.
Yeah,
Okay.
so with that, he's going to be passing down that
Facts, facts.
generational wealth and that legacy. I know Adrian gonna pop up on the panel and
Oh,
say,
jeez. Say
we had the whole
legacy.
conversation about legacy earlier on Mr. B Finesse channel, but
Oh, facts, man. Got to do that
yeah,
legacy, man.
that legacy, that passing down of finances and property is most definitely what I'm trying to do as well. So
Do you have any kids? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
now I have no kids, no
Facts.
baby
Shout out to you.
mamas,
You did it
not
right, man.
married.
I had a baby at 19. I messed the order all up. Shout out to you, man. You doing it right, man. Shout out to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to be chaste.
Hey, facts,
Oh.
facts, man. But I tell you this: when you old and you got a little money, you still can get chase player. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
That's all I'm
I'm
gonna say.
not trying to get chased. I'm trying to be
Oh.
chased.
Oh, my fault. I messed the chase up. My bad. I'm tired, man. It's kind of late for the old people. It's almost midnight here.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
it is almost midnight, and I'm gonna wrap this up, guys. This is
Facts.
absolutely amazing call. Let's
Thank
just
you.
give some mad respect to Lashus Journey for what all she's doing.
Yes.
Thank
Facts,
you.
facts.
Yes.
A couple
most
of words
definitely.
from any of you guys, just to show her some love on this.
I'll start because I'm the eldest. I'm throwing it out. You doing a great job. Keep what
Thank
you're
you.
doing. Everybody go subscribe to her and just keep doing up. If you need anything from me, just hit me in my inbox. Go
Thank
get some
you.
of that hard money. Don't be scared of it. It ain't hard anymore.
You have
can
a
get it.
Instagram? You have a page?
Just hit me up at professorbblackops@gmail.com. Then I send a hard money. Go to my about page. My email's on there. Then I'll send you my hard money guy I'm working with.
Okay.
Like I said, it's like 5'7", 5'8". That ain't hard. You need to get it while you can get it. She gave out great gems, and I know she's gonna have a bright future, and her baby's gonna have a bright future. And
Thank
that's
you.
all I got. Of course, shout out to Melissa giving a great channel. It's great interviews as always. So
Thank you.
that's all I got as the oldest, the eldest on the panel.
Thank you. So you say blackout@gmail.com?
Right there, I'm gonna look at my name on the screen. Professor
Okay.
Black Ops, just like at gmail.com, just like that.
Okay.
I
All
appreciate
right. Thank you.
you all the time.
Because I'm still learning, so thank you. I
Yeah,
need some,
we could trade back and
some
forth, like I
knowledge.
said.
Yeah.
We could definitely go back and forth, no problem.
Right.
Yes.
And can I go next? So I wanted to say, Lashus Journey, thank you so much for
Thank
all the of your info and intellect and stuff like that you have dropped on this live stream, because I've been watching since the beginning,
Oh,
and I couldn't chat really because I was actually typing up and stuff like that in the meetings. But I'm also thank you as well for all your support on my channel as well, because it's always great to see people. I'm actually seeing your face for the first time, so it's a it's a great thing to actually see what people's mannerisms and stuff like that as well. In addition to the great content that you have just dropped on this channel, and
you.
also I'm glad that you were able to be successful in your real estate journey, and also the fact that you did it all self-taught. That's a great motivation that I think that a lot of people need to hear, and I'm glad that it was on Millissa Jayne's channel.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. Appreciate the nice words, everybody.
Kareed.
Yes, well, this was a great stream. I learned so much, and like I mentioned before, inspired. And you have a great story, and you're so humble with it too. I love it, and I respect your hustle. I like the fact when you spoke about even just coming here and working the two jobs, and you did construction in Jamaica, and you come up here and you're working at Walmart and you're cleaning bathrooms and it's like, and look at you, you know what I mean? Like, you did the thing. And that's like, because a lot of people sometimes will be like, I'm not going to do that, whatever. But that led you to this, so I'm just really proud of you, and I'm just
Thank you.
inspired by you.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you
Thank you
guys.
so much. Listen, guys, this stream has been awesome. I really, really appreciate each and every person that's here tonight. And big shout out to the lady of the house. I'm going to put you in the middle right here. Lashus Journey, you are an inspiration. You know, you inspired me, even though I feel like I know a lot about certain things. But as far as real estate, I was so scared of it. You've actually given me some faith to come back into this space. And we're definitely going to talk. So all of your gems, you know, there's so many gems upon gems in this stream. People need to definitely go back through. Somebody said they had their notepad. They need to have their notepad for this one. Big shout out to all those who are in the chats who have given you love and support as well. Casey Baby, Mrs. B Finesse, of course, and everybody else that's here. Thank you for staying with us for the whole time. For those who have. And if you missed it, you want to just go back to the beginning and watch. We are going to end it just like that. My name is Millissa Jayne. I thank each of the panel right here, Professor Black Ops, Kareem, Before the Billions. We're going to end it right there, guys. And we will see you next week with another amazing guest with some more amazing information for us all. All right, guys?
Thank you.
Yes. Good night, y'all.
See you
Good
guys
night.
later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
That's it, guys. Bye. We'll see you next time.